Hey folks. Good evening. Oh, you know what I didn't do? I should maybe have plugged in a gamepad. Or maybe not. So, I got something kind of interesting. I was at the RePC the other day, and I found a, I found a couple things. I found, I'm not having a good week. Come on. Come on, come on, come on. Wait, what's this tangled in? Please hold. Yeah, this game's not good. It's a Commander Keen clone, which you might not have known was a genre. Anyway, a few days ago, what time? Yeah, like Wednesday or something like that, maybe Tuesday. I just online, just out of the blue, I stumbled across info about this guy, which I hadn't known about. It's the Microsoft Sidewinder Freestyle Pro. And it just looks like a shitty just post PlayStation gamepad clone, which it is. Except it has a button here what says sensor. It says sensor, and that's because it's got an accelerometer in it. It's from like 98, I think. So yeah, a few years after PlayStation. Hence the grips. I don't think anybody independently invented those, at least not very well. Not that this does very well either. It feels terrible in the hand, like you can't really reach the buttons. But anyway, yeah, it's a Wiimote for the IBM PC, and 100% compatible is running the Microsoft Windows operating system. See, it's a game port controller, but you could use it by tilting and turning, and the idea is, among other things, that you could play like racing games with this. You know, instead of having a wheel, you could have a wheel. And it doesn't really work. But I walked into RePC like the day after, and I found one, and that was cool. But next to that, I found one of these, and this is almost more interesting. So this is a Scitec Mega Pad 8, which I've never seen before. I've never heard of this, and if you Google it, you don't get any results. This is this thing doesn't exist. Now this is interesting. So it's a 4-button gamepad, and the PC didn't support those. Well, it didn't support 4 buttons or a gamepad actually. So of course, what it really is an analog joystick that just has switches instead of potentiometers. But obviously, for anybody who knows, if you take the 2 IBM PC joysticks and combine them into one, that is, you take all the pins from the single joystick port and put them into one device, you can have 4 buttons, no problem. So these do, in fact, all work independently. And on top of that, it's got the turbo switches here in the middle, and those are interesting because they have a feature I've never seen before that's exclusively for shmups, pretty much without a doubt. When you flip these to turbo, if I put A on turbo, when I press A, it'll auto fire. But if you put it on the 3rd position, auto, that causes it to auto-fire all the time. So it never stops firing. So that's why I say that's for a shmup, because where else would you really do that? And that's cool, because what you could do is, if you've got a game where you've got like missiles on one button and guns on another, you could actually put the guns on auto but have the missiles just on turbo. Or you could have both of them on auto at all times. And you can switch it on and off at any time. So that's all very interesting. But besides that, the thing that really makes this intriguing, I had to mute the game so you could hear this. The D-pad on here. Y'all ready for this? You getting this? Are you getting this? Now you tell me, have you ever seen that before? Micro switches in a gamepad? Even once? Like, what the fuck? What's happening? Clicky clicky. The Neo Geo... So I looked at a picture of the Neo Geo pad, and it's got like a weird little rolling element there, but it really does have micro switches. Okay, well, either way, it's not really a D-pad. It's its own sort of thing, as I recall. I have never seen micro switches in a gamepad. Now, is it good? No. No, it sucks. It's not good at all. That's the answer. I don't like it. I just don't like it. Yeah, I actually think it's the mouthfeel, the hand feel on this gamepad is just garbage. You know, maybe you could get used to it, but I think that the problem is the travel. Can you see how far you have to go to activate that? From here, let's get closer. Okay, so starting here, I'm pushing, click, right? It's like a quarter inch, eighth of an inch of travel. Look at that. So you got to cross the Sahara to get that switch to trigger. So it's not good, actually. It's not great. All right, well, that was a great stream. Thanks, everyone. But no, we are going to play some Elfland. Just, anyway, it goes out saying that I'm sad, but it's for multiple reasons. Actually, you know, somebody asked how I'm doing, me and Daria. Shitty, as one would expect. You know, when a pet passes away, usually you feel pretty shitty. Definitely that, but also like just the world sucks, and I'm fairly well attuned to it right now. And also, my fridge broke, and I had to throw away a bunch of food. And I don't have a lot of money right now, in between paychecks, and all my bills paid out at once. And, you know, Patreon doesn't hit for another probably 2 days. And so that all sucks, and the world's bad, and everything's bad. But we do have Elfland. Let me just check, is my compressor working? Yeah, my compressor's working. I tweaked my game audio again a bit, and just let me know if you're okay with how loud it is when I'm not talking, or if it would be better if I made the game quieter even when I'm not saying anything. So, I can't remember why, but I had convinced myself at one point that this game was made by some weird, like, Christian zealot, and I can't remember why that is now. But I remember being convinced at some point that this was some sort of like Christian or Mormon or something. There was some sort of religious zealotry going on with it, but now I can't obviously see what that would be. So at any rate, this is a Commander Keen clone. It's got pretty much the same motion. You can choose a Jander, so I mean that's fresh. It has this special quality of being like full of text, and the text is really hard to read. It's kind of strange. I'm not sure exactly how they managed it, but just try and read this. It hurts. It's like painful. And just like I don't know if it's the contrast or the fact they spread the text out so much or what, but it's just really it's really unpleasant to read the text in this. So anyway, this game has sort of that, it has sort of a, like a British kind of energy to it, where just everything is running back and forth, or mathing around the screen at all times. You know what, let me adjust my chair back. Let's get a better posture here. Just like immediate straight into the Britishness. But also, it's got that Commander Keen energy where like you go to jump, and there's about like a 5 or 6 frame window before the jump starts, right? So as I'm running to the right, I hit jump, and you see me freeze for a moment. But actually, now that I look, everything freezes. So it's actually not like Commander Keen. Anyway, but yeah, another thing is the sound effects are terrible. I'm actually going to restart the game, because when you start the game, it does play this horrible vocal sample. So everyone get ready to hear this.
Elfland.
So yeah, Elfland. You can also hear this sort of gives you an idea of sort of the Britishness of it, because we do have, like, we've got a snake, which fills the category of, like, bastard, who's very hard to avoid getting hit by and very hard to attack. We have a flying creature that follows a stupidly complex path. We've got a bunch of, like, physics going on, and then all the characters have, like, really unpleasant, like, British mascot energy to them. And yeah, like, it's not, I don't know that it's using the PC speaker. I think it might be. I'm not really sure. But anyway, so yeah, we're expected to go talk to all these bastards, because otherwise we can't, I don't think we can leave town till we go talk to the Grand Elf, which actually, that phrasing makes me uncomfortable for some reason. Well, no, those aren't enemies. Those are villagers. Try to remember that elves are terrible swimmers. Like, why is that advice you just give to someone? Anyway, but yeah, so I can't go through this gate yet to actually go out into the world, and it has an all-seeing eye on top of it, which is pretty creepy. That always weirded me out. So yeah, let's see. The gates at the right and left, and keep out trolls. Trolls are elves' worst enemies. Worth enemy. He wants his daddy. I don't think that's a quest. Maybe it is. I don't know. Was there a story? Elfland is in trouble. To the Grand Elf. This way. Flash berries. There are rumored to be different kinds of berries that have different properties, but I have not confirmed this information. Just normal things that a sort of agrarian, non-industrial society would... Good lord. Yeah, I just got, like, I have not confirmed this information from somebody who looks like they're at least 20, but here we've got, like, here's a 6-year-old who's just like, there are several different creatures you should watch out for. Vicious springs, birds, snakes, and purple elf eaters. I've heard they are taller than elves, have green skin, and are very ugly. It's a complicated sentence for someone who is 3'4". God, that text is hard to read. Yeah, why is it monospace? It should really be proportional. A large group of trolls has tried to storm the elf village gates. So yeah, there's apparently just like a despite the despite the bright EGA tones, there is a right, yeah, you just look at it, you're just like, you know, congratulations, or I'm sorry to hear that. Just TLDR. Oh, I'm also a huge fan of that, which I think is just the sun. I don't think that's a pickup. Let's confirm. Oh wow, you could just save it as unused one. Nice. The default save name is just unused. Anyway, it's so much text. Trolls are hideous, evil creatures whose sole purpose in life seems to be to annoy elves. Trolls hate light, but apparently they're out in the sunlight attacking the... yeah. Anyway, so we have to go visit a human named Gorgamer in a castle to the left of here. No, he doesn't say west. He says to the left of here. So apparently we're playing the only known video game production of squares in Flatland. Anyway, yeah, so we need alchemy from the alchemist. There's a bunch of berries in the tallest tree in the village. Yep, okay, so I gotta go get some berries. Let's save, and then let's just confirm here, but I believe... oh, no, actually, I believe... or, wait, did I get hurt by the sun? Oh, jeez. I can't tell if I was getting hurt by the sort of sun sprite there, or if it was the bird that just has, like, an absolutely ridiculous hitbox. No, I'm pretty sure I got hit by the sun. Ah, you bastard. Oh, wait, no, did I get... I think I got healed by the sun. Because my life went back up. I'm an elf kid, as you can see. Oh man, this text is so hard to read. Look to the clouds to find your answers. Great. Great. Great obscure clue, bud. So there's some cherries there, and I do need some cherries. Can I leave yet? Oh, I can leave. Okay. Although there's some ammo up there, but I really need to go get some ammo before I can really afford to go get some ammo. I did have this game when I was a microchild. I had I think it was the shareware, but I don't know. Yeah, it was the shareware. What am I saying? Wait a minute. Can we stand on the clouds? Oh, we can stand on the clouds. Okay, well, that's obviously what you're supposed to do. Which I think we execute thusly. And that allows us to get to the weapons. So wait, did I kill it? Or... oh! That's right. I believe the lore is that you don't kill anything, you just stun it. You can have a berry. Ah, some secrets. High in the sky. There lives a creature high in the sky. To the right. And you should look behind the sun. Both of those are kind of creepy sentences. I think the voice clip is saying, alright. Like, alright. Can't be sure. Anyway. Let's go meet the creature in the sky. Oh, wait. Oh, who's that? Wait, but who's that? But who's that, though? I don't know who this man is, but we're about to ask this cloud for help. I have heard you're on a quest to solve the troll problem. I gotta say, this game has a certain amount of, like, weird fascist energy. I don't know why, but just certain things about it. It's like... yes, that is, I don't know how to pronounce that. Filicet? Filichet? Yeah, he does like to undulate, huh? So yeah, I've been blessed with health, though I'm not really sure what that means since I had full health already. And didn't I see a cherry over here? I guess not. Okay, well, now we can leave. I'm sorry about the music. It never changes. The walking is almost on beat. Oh my god. There's persistence, apparently, because that bird was right in that spot when I left this screen, and is still there when I came back. Does this need more cycles? Let's find out. Oh, yep, okay, so it does just stun them. Big ups to the single developer for getting sloped surfaces working correctly. Look at that. Actually did a pretty good job. I think Elfida is wearing glasses, but I can't be sure. God, is this music ever going to change, or is this just life now? Dang it. Okay, there's definitely stuff up there I want, but I have to kill these Zetic Spectrum enemies first. Oh, the Chillberry. Okay, now I know there's a way to switch berries. There we go. I have 46 and 5. I guess that's all I have. Okay, let's look at the instructions. Inventory is space. Select weapon is up. Wait, I thought I pressed that. Oh, no, there we go. Okay, cool. Yeah, like you see the slope and you're just like, that's not going to work well. And then it does, and you're like, wait, how is that? I love that the AI just has no line of sight whatsoever, so they can just... Oh, I forgot about this. Whoa! Wait a minute. I just got absolutely blasted. Can we, excuse me? Like, we get a do-over there? You know, maybe it actually makes sense. Ah, damn. Okay, there, I got it. Shit. That music positively slaps, by the way. Like, this music's not so great, I would say. But the cave music just goes. I'll be at GDQ next year with the first Elfland for PC speedrun. Keep an eye out for me. I've been submitting for the last 6 years. They finally accept that's a lie. It's terrifying because somebody might believe me. I don't want that. God, I would never have the patience to speedrun anything. But if I did, it would be some sort of obscure, horrible DOS title. Or possibly Amiga. I can see myself doing that just, like, basically through sheer irony. Oh, Dirtle! Hello! Wait, there's a Windows port? Excusez-moi? Ah. Go away. So yeah, if we fall into the water, we die. We have a helpful turtle here. There's a turtle here. Why isn't he helping you? Tell me about your mother. I seem to recall this game just has enormous numbers of weapons. I don't remember... Oh, I think the grapes are just health. I don't like the fact that when you stun the enemies, they look completely unchanged. Have there been any Amiga games at GDQ? Yeah, the problem with that is I would have to play them, and also I think at this point, like, in order to get in, there's a lot of people who have been trying to get in for years with really good speedruns of popular games, and I don't think that, like, a vanilla, no glitches run of a game nobody's ever heard of that's objectively bad would have a very good chance of getting accepted, to be honest. And also, like, frankly, whomst among us really can blame them. So, fortunately, you can hit the snakes without any trouble, it seems, so that's... You can hear the cave music a little bit more. God, can I jump that? Oh. God, that very specific skill of jumping accurately in games with what one would call jump charging, where you sort of have to get your energy up before you can execute a jump. Oops. Oops. I really love, like, the palette changes are great. The multitude of weapons is pretty cool. I think I found grapes up here before. Yeah. Well, the music is, like, technically fine, but it's just a single repeating loop of, I'm not sure. Like, is this an original piece, or is this, like, a Baroque piece that I'm just not familiar with? Somebody knows. Go away. Are there any other entrances to this thing, and can we scope out any more of it? It does have that very British kind of, you know, go to hell, I hope you die kind of gameplay mechanics, right? Where there's just a million enemies at all times, just hopping around absolutely everywhere. Oh, damn. Oh, wow, you don't die instantly. Huh. You do die. Okay, let's try this again. Oh yeah, if this game doesn't have bugs in the collision engine, like I'm an actual bear, like Winnie the Pooh. I guess, like, I understand why he went with the rapid fire approach for the weapons, but it still sucks because you have limited ammo. Oh, is this really American? The guy's name seems Swedish. I just assumed it was Swedish. Okay, since I did have a little bit of trouble crossing that, I am going to go ahead and save. Oh, wait. Oh. Wait. Why can you crouch? Huh. God, American bedroom software development is almost stranger than British bedroom software development, which is really saying something. Okay, so we can make it across there fine. But how do we deal with the water? Because because there's no turtle. Maybe I get a power. Oh. I wonder who this guy is. He's probably an NPC. Whoa, an elf! He just opens right up with the bribery. I'll give you 10 gems. Wait, I have 10 gems. I have 6 gems. This is nonsense. Now, can we just break in? Nope, not quite. I think there's a little moat there. Well, I do have 20 flashberries, so... So, I think the most interesting thing about this is just that, as a game, it's remarkably competent. Like, honestly, this is one of the more mechanically sound DOS action platformers that ever existed, and that's why it sort of stuck in my head all these years. Oh no, it's way too much irritation running on the real steel. I'm just using DOSBox. It works really well. There's so many things that I could just not have to deal with by using DOSBox that it's just a... Ow. Sorry, this is genuinely very hard. There's more than 5 gems and you got robbed. My irritating cousin, Mortimer, needs a suit of armor from me. I've lost the armor in the dungeons. Oh, okay, he's gonna throw me in the dungeon. Oh, very good. He says, have fun. Oh, I was about to say he says have fun in the dark, but then it's not dark. But it is dark now. But yeah, it's really honestly very impressive that they, oh, okay. The potions just simply kill you. Alright. It's pretty impressive that, you know, they put together... That somebody managed to put together such a solid game in, I think this was, what, 92? I want to say? Oh yeah, he was in Oberlin, Ohio at that time. Wait, 310 Edgemere Place. Can we just look at that? Oberlin, Ohio. Yep, there we go. Oh man, yeah. It's one of those fake what's it called? Timber construction? But yeah, I don't remember what year this was, but I feel like it was like maybe 92. So basically, very, very close to when Commander Keen came out. So it makes me wonder if it was independently developed or if the guy saw Commander Keen and said like, oh, I think I could do that. But anyway, you slice it. I mean, there really were not... Oh, damn it. Wow, this is getting pretty British, baby. Do I get to skip any difficulty if I just go across these spikes? No, looks like that's a locked door. There's a dude in there. That's a locked door as well. There we go. I do not have a lot of health right now, I've just realized. Oh, come on! Like, am I supposed to have a torch or something right now? I don't remember. I don't even know that I got this far back in the day, so no recollection of any strats. Oh, damn it. This bat's gonna kill me. Yep. Low on health. But the thing is, like, okay, so let's be real here, right? Commander Keen was neat, but it was also very limited in terms of what you did in it. There wasn't a whole lot of exploration, really. It was all a bunch of just very linear levels. I've thought about this a lot, and, you know, I'm not super sure what game to really compare Commander Keen to. Some people have suggested that, I think Tim Rogers suggested that Commander Keen is nothing more than a Super Mario Bros. Clone, which is, of course, what it was supposed to be from the get-go. And not a lot of people really successfully cloned Super Mario Bros. In the sense that Super Mario Bros. Was basically just a series of interesting obstacle courses. I mean, Nintendo called them courses, at least later on. Thank you, Acrylic. That's incredible. That's why I saved. It is really hard to avoid that. Man, I could use some health. I would love some grapes right now, let me tell you. I see some down there. Wait, is that a differently colored potion? I think that one's just going to kill me, but let's find out. Oh, no. Okay, there are different potions. Oh, no. I'm sorry, turtle. Where? Oh. Yeah, that's right. So, yeah, oh, damn it. I wasn't paying attention, and I got. I made several mistakes there, honestly, so let's try this again. But yeah, not a lot of games really cloned Super Mario Brothers. And, oh no, I can't really move. And on top of that, no, I can't remember where that sentence was going. But at any rate, the thing about Super Mario Brothers is that it's basically just a series of well-designed obstacle courses. You have like 4 or 5 verbs, and you know, you're just expected to run forward and react appropriately, right? Which is a perfectly fine game. But it wasn't an action adventure game, right? So you weren't really exploring as such. And we call this turtle skip. It allows you to get through without having to wait for the turtles. It wasn't an action-adventure game. You didn't get to explore around and find, you know, how areas were shaped. Super Mario Bros. 3 was actually much closer to that ideal, and by the time this game came out, that game was out. But actually the same is true for Commander Keen. And Commander Keen was closer to that sort of action-adventure energy where... Did I just get a raft? Wait a minute. Oh, I think it was one time. Oh, a lot just happened there. Okay, so after I exit this area, we get into a lit part of the dungeon, so that's a lot easier to play. But we need to go back over to the left to see what's going on over there. So anyway, Commander Keen was more in that sort of action-adventure kind of mold, same as Super Mario Bros. 3, where the idea is kind of that you were exploring an unknown area and trying to figure out, you know, what its secret technique was, right? Super Mario Bros. 3 contained a number of what one could call puzzle segments, if you will, basically areas where you had to figure out, I mean, much like the trickery that people do in Super Mario Maker, you know, you take a basic set of elements, and yeah, you can't screw ripped them or anything, but you can still build some interesting concepts out of them that nobody, that most players will not have seen before. And so, for instance, in Super Mario Bros. 3, in one of the desert worlds, there's that, I think one of the first desert stages, there's that section where you have to, sorry, one moment. Concentration time. Ow, ow. There's that section where you basically walk into a whoops, damn. You walk into a you go through a pipe. When you come out of the pipe, you're in an area that's seems to be open on the top. But then when you jump up, it turns out there's invisible blocks up there, and it turns out that all the blocks are invisible. You can't actually get out of the area. But until you jump up and make those blocks visible, you actually can't clear that part of the stage because the blocks form a bridge over that that particular part of it. So this is that was an interesting kind of it was an interesting kind of puzzle area, despite being built out of standard components that were used throughout the game and not for that purpose, right? The disappearing blocks that only appear when you hit them from below had actually been there in the original Super Mario Brothers. So that sort of Kaizo garbage could have been done in the very first game in 1985. So yeah, Super Mario Bros. 3 was just sort of, well, we can scroll up and down now, and we couldn't before. So let's build a whole bunch of courses that have just tons and tons of vertical and horizontal space. You can go through pipes and go to new areas and whatnot. And so on a lot of stages, you have to sort of piece together a map of how the world works in your head. Commander Keen was not, I would say, quite that extensive. But neither were a lot of platform games. Super Mario Bros. 3 really went quite hard. And actually, I think it was in development simultaneously with Super Mario World, so it makes sense. They were really pushing the platform to its limits. And this game is interesting because it's sort of doing the same thing. It's not very linear at all. You see how I could have actually proceeded into the next area of the dungeon, the illuminated area, but instead, by moving forward and getting a key and then backtracking all the way through all this crap, I get to go through a door, and it looks like I'm about to talk to an NPC. I'm really excited to see what this guy is going to say. Right? So, when we started playing this half an hour ago, I think anybody could have said that this looked pretty corny, especially for a one-man bedroom production. It's not surprising, right? But now, hey, look at what's happened, right? We've got these interesting, palette shifting techniques. We have NPCs buried inside dungeons. This guy's probably going to give me a new ability, I'm guessing, which would make this an ascent to Metroidvania. Let's find out. Or he's an enemy. We'll see. Another Gorgomer visitor. Welcome to the dungeon. Okay, so this guy gives you a hint about where the armor is, and that you'll need a bomb to get to it. Bomb berries, the gray ones. Yeah, so in a sense, this is kind of a Metroidvania, sorta, kinda, isn't it? Because now we have to go find a special kind of weapon that's going to grant us access to an area. Yeah. So we've got a red potion here. What's that gonna do? Because green kills us. That permanently upgraded our life, I believe. Outstanding. Okay. So we know that the armor is down and to the right of here. And with this being a new area, I'm guessing this is where we're going to find the bomb berries. Holy crap! Oh! So that's the thing. I was a kid playing this in, I don't know about 92, but certainly the late 90s. And I thought it was garbage at the time. And that's just because I judged it based on its appearances. It looked corny at first, but what I think it has been really cool about, growing up and developing a more critical eye is that I've gained the ability to appreciate a game for its, on paper aspects rather than I can look past the fact that the graphics seem kind of amateurish and that sort of thing. It's not hard for me to go, yeah, well, this game may look corny, but it's also fascinating, and it gives me a sense of exploration that I really enjoy. If I had realized the volumes this game contained at that time, wait a minute, is that? Oh, that was a health upgrade. Holy crap! Did I miss more of these back in the dungeon? I wonder. If I had realized the volumes this game contained, I may actually have played it more as a child. Contemporary games. The last game I finished was actually the new God of War, since they finally released it on PC. The 2016 game. I really enjoyed that. That's the kind of thing I'm into. Like Doom 2016 was good. Action adventure games are good. It's mostly my thing. Okay, so we need to fly to escape, and you can get an air balloon by getting a rope, a board, and a balloon. Okay, so that board I picked up was for the air balloon. So I was wrong. I must have been standing on the squid. Oh, you know what? I wonder if I wonder now if the way I'm supposed to have gotten those gems back at the water with the squid in it, I wonder if I was supposed to land on the squid and jump off and then land again and again and again. I wonder if that's the approach. All right. Anyway, so apparently I have to fly up there. All right, we'll keep that in mind. Okay, we'll Zorch that guy. But yeah, I've taken a special joy in, or I should say I've found a special joy in putting in the serious effort to figure out how to properly play games that look corny, It's like, look at the game mechanics here. There are game mechanics here, We can appreciate them. Whoops. Oops. I think the gems only work as money, and I don't remember if there's a store of any kind, or if it's just for, like, NPC actions like that. Okay, so we have the bombs. I'm also wondering if that suit of armor, I wonder if that's going to be usable by us. Okay, do I have a key? It appears I do. Alright, so that's a health pickup, and then a pink key. Oh, and we have more bombs. Outstanding. Okay, let's fall straight down. We go this way to get to the pink door. Whoa! This looks exciting. Okay, we saved. Let's explore what new hells exist here. The fact that you can deliberately drop down without having to do a keyboard combo is neat. Is that a switch, I wonder? Yep. Huh. Oh, okay. It's just like sort of poorly coded, it looks like. I just noticed the letters at the bottom. C, E? Huh. Huh. So I'm assuming that we just need to run around here and touch all of these once to open a gate somewhere. Are they the dev's initials? I didn't think they were, but maybe they are? Oh, they are. Oh, okay. All right. I thought his name ended with S or started with S. I must have seen a different name. Okay, so I think we just opened the gate in the lower left. No, we didn't. Well, it reacted as if we actually completed a sequence. Huh. I think we have more exploration to do over here. No, we don't. Interesting. Oh, it's a sequence. Red, green, turquoise, pink, blue. Those are the lines at the bottom. Beep. Now we do the green, which is that way. Turquoise, I believe, is up here. Pink. All right, and then blue, and we're through. Got an extra health bar. Let's go ahead and save with an enemy landing on us. Okay, that's not worth it. I think that's a health refill standing between two health damaging objects. That would be a net negative, I believe. Going to be a last pixel kind of. Oh, and then there's the balloon, which I failed to get. So now I have to go all the way around and do it again. Okay, not too bad. Because you're in the dungeon. It's because you're in an unlit area. Yep, this is Elfland. Alright, and there we go. Got what we came here for. Oops. Didn't mean to shoot him. Okay. So we have 2 of the 3 components for the balloon. And now we just need to find the armor, which should be over in the illuminated portion of the dungeon. That's my guess anyway. I do wish they would change color when you successfully hit them, so that you know you've successfully hit them. Be polite, but there's only so many colors available in the EGA palette, and it'd be a bummer to. Oh, so actually, I want that one. There we go. I am strongly of the opinion that this is basically a Metroidvania. Okay. Whoops. Let's see if we can... Oops, that's not what we wanted. Was it 4? Yes. Let's see if we can clear this without taking any damage. I think this is all pixel perfect. Oh, maybe it's not doable. No, because didn't I do it earlier? I can swear I did it earlier. Whew! No, this game is EGA. CGA was limited to 4 colors. Oh, I guess it could have a CGA mode, now that you mention it. Damn! You have to do it by the book. Okay. There we go. All right. You know what? Let's just stay on the Frostberry for now. I'm not going to go for that because I'm very low on health. Ooh, you know what? That is a full health refill down there. Can I get to that? Yes, I can. Okay, yeah, that's worth it. Oh, damn! Oh. Yeah, this very much feels like somebody took, essentially, took Commander Keen, either inspiration from it or straight up, licensed the engine. But it's actually not quite as clean as Keen. It's not actually Keen. It just, it really has the same energy. I need to see if I can... I really want to get a pixel perfect approach here, because that one extra life bar would really be helpful. But it's not even necessary if I can just get to that potion right off the bat. So let's just see if I can do that. So let's do that again. Oh, the jump is terrible. You kidding? But I mean, the jump in Castlevania is also terrible, so... Okay. Crap. Ah! Whew. This is really a doozy. The first time I came across here, I nailed it in one. I remember that. I went across these spikes and I didn't take any damage. It was amazing. Oh, interesting. So even starting from 4 pixels off the end... Oh, there's something to the physics here that I'm not fully getting, is what's going on. Because I actually... I wonder if it's some sort of kind of frame rules thing where it's like, oh, you go a little bit faster if you jump on frames 2 or 3 of the animation instead of frames 1 or 6 or some crap like that. Because I swear my jump went further than it. Whoa! Oh, you bastards! Is that some cheese? I wonder if that cheese makes me immune to rats. Okay, well, one way to find out. Let's save game. Probably not immune, but let's see. Nope. Huh. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. What? Other objects. Where's the wood and the Maybe it just can't display in this palette. So I'm trying to figure out why wouldn't the wood be there, at least. And then I think I collected one other item. Huh, well, mysteries. Right, let's switch to that hummingberry. I believe that's where you use the bomb? Oh no, you use the bomb right below here, I think. Huh. So I need to get down... Oh! It's gonna leverage the, Oh, interesting. So there must be an invisible floor over here. There isn't, though. Oh, no, I can get down up there, right? Did I just miss a... Oh, I just missed a path. That's all. Okay, and then there's the wall. Okay, there we go. Okay, yep, and there's that wood that I thought I was missing. Alright, so let's just finish this area, hopefully without dying. And... what's the blue? Huh. Whoa! Okay, so the armor is supposed to be down here. Now, technically, you can get out of this. Nope, I meant 6. They provided these ladders so you can get out of this, but I don't want to take the health damage. Oh, that is really tough. The collision code in this game is already not the best, so I suppose I shouldn't be surprised that it doesn't... Oh, boy. Yeah. Woo. Oh, that is brutal. I'm gonna go ahead and proceed through this just in case I get a health power up at the other end, because it really would be ideal to finish this area. I had not intended to just play Elfland on this stream, but honestly, I'm having such a blast that I don't really want to stop. Oh, okay. So the water actually overlaps the ladder. It doesn't look like it, but it does. That's interesting. I wonder if it's just because I'm touching. Oh, it's probably because my character is technically overlapping 2 tiles. They can't fit entirely within the ladder tile, so they're partially in the former tile. Hey, that's a pun there for you. Whoa! Oh, rough, rough, bark, bark. Oh, hey, we're getting close to some glitches. Okay, let's go ahead and save. Oh, wow. The collision is so bad that it actually isn't reliable. Like, you don't stay on the thing. When it changes directions, you actually juke by a couple pixels. Boy, that is truly painful. Come on, 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 come on. Okay, so I just barely got out, and there are some grapes up there. Okay, okay. Wait, whoa. I feel like that's gonna kill me, to be honest, what I think is gonna happen. Yep. So there's something I didn't do. What is it? Oh, wait. Oh, okay. just need a lot of ammo. That's a wild mechanic. There's limited ammo in this game, so it's actually possible to get here and have no way to proceed. Now that's bedroom development, folks. I mean, that is why they gave me all those cherries on the way down, but still. Okay, so we're definitely going to have to jump from the platform. Yeah, EGA did not have any good flesh tones available, alright? You know what, I'm going to go ahead and save, because I think this is going to take me 5 or 6 jumps. Whoa! Wait, well, okay. I kind of expected it to let me use the armor, but I didn't expect it to look that way. Alright, well, anyway, so yeah, we're armored now. And I'm guessing that since Gorgomer's a dick, we're probably just keeping his armor, I'm guessing what's gonna happen. No. This is like... God, again, the European energy here is just intense in terms of, like, Rare would have made a game this mean, this unpleasantly rude. We could do that again with a little less health loss. Let's try that again. Oh, outstanding. Okay, yeah, so we call this edge trick, and it's where we jump on the edge of a platform instead of the top of it. It doesn't work, but we do call it that. It's a frame perfect trick. I think it might actually be. Wow, you can like spend a lot more time underwater than I ever thought. Next, I'm going to load. Ah, they move so fast. Okay, if this is the only damage I take, I can go to hell. Wah. You know what, though? If this was a British game, there would have been enemies down here, too. You know, there are people who speedrun some pretty broken games. And there's no telling what speed tech could be discovered in this one's horrendously broken collision detection. So, you know, honestly, it kind of depends where the game goes. If it turns out that it's as... Oh, okay. Huh, physics there were a little strange. Wait a minute. Oh, okay, I was about to say, wow, why can I see? And it's because the darkness doesn't happen until right after there. I attack the darkness! An elf appears. Okay. I thought there was a hole right here, but I guess not. Wasn't there? I sworn there was a hole up there. Alright, well, let's go around and see. Maybe having the armor lets us activate the little, magic sensors? I don't know. It's interesting. The game actually lets you have more than 99 of things. It just stops counting at 99. Very, nope. This is weird. Let's check the help. Yeah, no. Huh. Strange. Oh, man. Hey, and yeah, like, we've been playing this for a while. This game has some time in it. Now, there's a possibility, and I actually really think this is the case. I think this is the whole game. Like, I think this is actually called Elfland 1, Gorgrimer's Castle. And there was an Elfland 2, the Caves of Whatever, which I also have. But I think that once we escape from the castle, that's the end of the game. Give me a sec. I'm going to grab a beer, and then we're going to keep going, and we're going to find out. Because this rocks. This is actually a lot of fun. I'm having a blast. Two things. One, I opened my door to step out of my room to go get a beer, and when I got back, I expected to find Gibbs in my chair yelling at me, because that was a thing that always used to happen during streams. I'd get up, I'd go to get a drink, and by the time I'd gotten back, and we're talking like a 20-foot loop here, right? I walk out of the room, I walk 10 feet across the basement, I walk 10 feet back. In that time, he has heard the door open from the second or third floor of the house, scrambled down the stairs into the room, up onto my chair, and is standing there shouting at me. That's why I'm gonna miss him, because he was always in the way, and I could rely on him, you know, to be in the way, and it was very special. But, you know, I will have other cats, and they will have their own quirks. And honestly, as much as I loved him and his antics, he was always in the way. Because a lot of the time I had to come back in, and I'd go to sit on the chair, and he was in the chair, but I had to sit down. There was no moving him. So I would have to sit on the edge of the chair. And it's just... He was a real sweetheart. The other thing, while I was out of the room, I noticed that the fans on my server are just howling. Oh, I'm sorry. Did you not know? Stumble, Gibbs passed away. He had very bad cancer. Came out of nowhere. We didn't know about it till it was way too late. So he is no longer with us as of a couple of days ago. And as cavalier as I sound about that, I'm absolutely devastated. But I've been sort of just doing, you know, staying busy, etc., as one does, because it sucks. It really sucks. And the house feels a lot emptier without him. Rip to a real one. Yeah, for anybody who missed, I posted about it on several places, but not everywhere. And yeah, the large man is no longer with us. You won't see him on the desk while I'm streaming anymore. I could cry about it if I wanted to, like literally. I would just have to think about it for a little bit and just start sobbing, but that's not what I came here to do, so I'm not gonna. Let's see if there's anything else left in the documentation that I haven't read. Thank you, Stumble, and Chris, and everybody else. God, this is so hard to read. All right, yep, that's it. So yeah, I really am not sure how to activate these thinguses. I also, unfortunately, cannot remember what the 3 components were for the balloon. So I'm not completely confident that we have everything we need. But I guess we'll find out. So let's see. Okay, so to get where we're going, we want to we'll let this guy swim back a little bit. Wow, I really tried my best to hit that guy off screen, but completely failed. So yeah, let's travel all the way back to where the NPC was who told us how to escape. And hopefully I got all the things I need, and I will just suddenly air balloon out of there. Air balloon, hot air balloon. If not, I do still have... Ow! I do still have a save, which I will not overwrite. Okay. Pretty sure that he said to do it here. Can I talk to him again? Well, shit. Well, crap. I thought I'm pretty sure I went everywhere. This kind of sucks because they're... Oh, that actually worked. Huh. This kind of sucks because they're... I'm pretty sure the spikes were still hurting me. They were just hurting me less, maybe. But hard to say, really. Certainly I'm still taking damage from the boys. Oh yeah, still take damage from spikes. You know, I didn't actually check if the squid hurts me. I don't think the squids are really supposed to hurt you. I think they're, if not friends, I think you're certainly supposed to use them as platforms. Yeah, I don't think I can talk to this guy again. And that's kind of a bummer, because I don't actually know if I can find a walkthrough to this game to tell me what I've missed. Like, I guess I can stop recording and go back and watch the vid on my machine locally. Or not even necessarily that. Let me see if I can just make a copy of the video in progress. Yep, 4.8 gigs. There we go. Oh, no, cannot render the file. Ah, crap. Okay, I'm going to stop recording and then start recording. And that should give me a file that I can read. There we go. Whoa. Wait. What the hell just happened? That's weird. When I select my video player, DOSBox loses all of its audio. Huh. Okay, let's see. Okay, so the first NPC says he found the armor. Welcome to the... And, let's just finish his dialogue. The bomb barriers are useful for that. Okay, so that's all he said. All right. I know the only passage out, you'll need to be able to fly. There's 3 parts. A rope a board, and a balloon. One moment, please. I can't do his accent. So I need a rope, and apparently I don't have one. Whoa, whoops. Ah, shit. Turn joystick off. Oof, that was almost a disaster. Okay, so back here on the stage of history. What do we need to do, to get that rope? Because I thought I'd been everywhere. I've completed so much of this game on my own that as tempting as it is to immediately go look for a walkthrough, by which I mean a video of somebody else playing the game, I ain't gonna, because I know I can do this. I'm not convinced the armor really does anything. Let's go ahead and save in position 8. Okay, now there is that section over on the far left that I don't really think I've been through. I feel like I never went that way, right? I'm pretty sure. Reload so I can regain that health I just lost. So let's make our way around, because I could swear I've never been through that area. And that's kind of creeping me out. So, was that the rope? Wow. Okay. Well, now we know what we need to do, and the path is clear. So let's go ahead and do it. I think this game has some fascinating mechanisms in ammo management. It's kind of fascinating, and knowing what to use when, because you can technically play the entire game with nothing but basic flash berries, but you take a lot less damage and stuff if you strategize it more than that, right? And I think that's intriguing. And there's also just situations where you could attack, or you could just try and avoid, right? And I'd say that a lot of more. I sort of got myself into a pickle here. I don't know that I can make it to the. Oh no, you know what? This isn't going to work, because as soon as I make it to the raspberries, or the grapes, I'm going to die, because I'm going to hit the potions around them before I have a chance to hit the grapes. Crap. What is the best strategy here? At least I got that guy down. Yeah, I think the best thing to do here is to wait for the full cycle. There we go. Okay, and then let's just go ahead and cheese this. Oh boy. Okay. I don't think 2 health is enough. I don't actually think that I can... Nope, and it's not 2 health anymore, it's 1 health. Crap. Well, it might actually be enough to get out of the dungeon. And that might just be the end of the game, honestly. So, let's go ahead and just march forward and see if I can do it. Oh, come on. Okay, got the air balloon parts. The rats and mice are fun to talk to. Oh, Gorgomer's pet. I feel as though we have not reached our final challenge yet. I think I'm probably going to get attacked on the way up. Save your game now. All right. Whoa! There he was, folks. Oh my god, this is... Oh, this is going to be hard. Just because he's attacking as soon as I enter the room, right? Okay, so if I can make it in... Okay, I think the best strategy here is to try and do... Okay, I could do it. I could do it. This is difficult because there's no way to regain health other than, okay. Oops. Get stopped. Wow. Honestly, though, I was thinking the eye, yeah. Well, at least my strategy is valid. I'm thinking I'm going to actually save in the boss room. It looks like this is pure RNG, so there's really no like reliable setup for getting through this. It's not clear why, like, sometimes it seems like the green blobs hurt, and other times it seems like they really don't. Okay. So there's a lot of the blue ones, the blueberries in here. Okay, all right. We took out one of the eyes. All right. Yeah! First try! Woo! Will you give me the armor? No. Oh, man. All right. All right. All right. I'll give the asshole the armor. Yes. All right. Made an object to use against the trolls. Troll statue in the troll caves. Okay, so I'm pretty sure that the troll caves is the second episode, so I think this is the end of the first game or the shareware. All right. Wow. Holy crap. It's one of those things where it's like I kind of didn't know if this game could be completed or if there was a game to complete. You know? Like I had this as a child and I guess I just always kind of assumed that there wasn't really a game here, you know? So I think those are the troll caves. I think I'm supposed to go down in there. So let's just go ahead and blitz it. Let's just go ahead and run through here. We'll save scum. I wonder if those purple things are supposed to be the trolls. I have paid attention to exactly no amount of the lore, so I wouldn't know. It's actually not true. Okay, I don't think... Nope, this isn't it. Okay, let's just hustle back the other way before guys start waking up. But yeah, I think this is just a bonus area. Yeah, I'm pretty confident. So what I'm going to do instead is I'm going to go back to town by the most direct route possible. And I'm pretty sure that the Grand Elf is going to tell me to congratulations for playing the right playing the shareware and to buy the full game if I want to finish the story, and then that's going to be Elf 2, which I do in fact have. Is it just me, or does it kind of sound like we're exterminating the trolls now that I think about it? Because if we're going to go down to the troll caves and put some light down there, and the light, like, kills them, then... There we go. Okay, so the Grand Elf has been kidnapped. A dark cloud settled over the elf villages. Elfland. Christ, these kids are way too literate. Stumble, that's entirely correct. While you learned skills, I was studying the save. There we go. Completed Volume 1 of the Elfland Adventures. True hero to all elves. Alright, I won. Okay, now, over, under. Do you think the second game will contain different graphics or different music? I'm saying 2% chance. Well, new graphics. Huh. Oh, slightly different code. They changed a little animation up there. This says Elfland controls instead of intro to Elfland. Alright. Well. Oh, we were actually playing on kind of hard. God, this is really hard to read. Alright, well, we know the gist. So we start out with no ammo. So we're going to need some ammo first off. Okay, we do have the light crystal. Whoa. Okay, so that's our first challenge, so we have to get through there. I wonder if maybe the cloud guy can help me, if he's still here. He is still here. Welcome to the sky again. I know of a way to break the magical seal. All troll magic will disintegrate in direct sunlight. Oh, I just have to go get the, Oh, okay, rainwater. Okay. X'd out the right... Okay, so we have to go to the right... We have to X out the right gate now. You'll meet some of my friends. Must reclaim the armor you found in Gorgomer's castle. His cousin owns it. He lives far to the right of here. I still love they refer to left and right. This is a DOS game called Elfland. This is the second one in the series. I just 100%ed the first one, which is funny because I had never known that there was a game there to finish. Wait, that's new behavior. I don't think that you had the vocal sample every single time you picked something up in the first game. I could be wrong, though. Oh my god. Whoa! 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 Wasn't expecting! Wait. Oh, there we go. What's going on here? Every time... Oh! So, okay, I get it. Oh! I bet the game will run a lot smoother if I turned off the sound effects. Yep. I just realized what was going on. I can't believe it took me this long. So, the... oh, wow, that runs like a dream. The sound effects are being generated with the PC speaker, and the PC speaker is not a sound card. So, just like the ZX Spectrum and a few other platforms, the only way to actually generate sound, generate PCM audio with the PC speaker, is to count instruction cycles to find out how many milliseconds have elapsed. And so every time the game needs to produce a sound effect, it has to actually stop gameplay so it can count out the CPU cycles accurately, I believe is what's going on. You know what? Let's play on very easy. Let's get our quest first. Yep, okay. So yeah, with sound effects off, the game plays a lot better. It just sort of feels like we're in hell, which is probably actually why the game contains music. Yeah, look at that. Everything runs a lot more smoothly. Holy crap! That rapid fire, though. This bird is annoying me, and he must die. Okay, so I have no strong desire to go down into the caves here. I think what we want to do is to head all the way to the right, and let's pick up the armor from Mortimer. Obviously are going to... Oh, that's right. If we try to go up to meet the clouds, we're cloud people, we're just going to end up in the clouds. Do you think that Mortimer's house is going to be quite as... Oh, wow, I haven't actually lost any health yet? Okay, now I have. But yeah, I'm wondering if Mortimer's house is going to be quite as intimidating as Gorgamer? Is that his name? Alright, well, here we are. Here we are, and there's Mortimer. Oh, no, he's in the chair, and the armor is sitting there behind him. He just got it back, and now I'm going to try and take it from him again. Do we think he's going to be okay with that? I'm still impressed by those slopes. I can't believe the guy actually coded them correctly. I'm just really astonished. Whoa, there were two of them on top of each other. That's not fair. There sure are a lot of trolls here, honestly. Okay, well, it looks like Mortimer's house isn't nearly as intimidating as his brother. He's eating some salad. Damn, he going at it. Look at that. Ow, 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 ow. Gosh, a visitor. Gorgamer even gave me the wrong size armor. Oh no. Bring me a giant bird's egg. That'll give you the armor. A lot of birds. Alright, well. Time to kill a bird who did nothing to hurt me. Solely to serve my own interests. I'm fine with this. Seems morally clean. Honestly, I gotta say I'm still quite impressed. I think that the author of this game actually did just a killer job, just a really bang up job. You know, for an indie title, for as old as it is, I think to put something like this out in 1992 for the PC is essentially the same level of accomplishment as if you successfully put out something on the order of Super Mario Bros. 1 in 1985. Like, you gotta understand. At that time on the PC, we just didn't have action platformers. They just weren't a thing, except for, I think the first Duke Nukem was out, and it was pretty wretched. This plays better than the first Duke Nukem. In some senses, this plays better than the second Duke Nukem. It has a more compelling story and world, even if it's still not very compelling. And just to be a dick about it, it was made in better faith. Like, I don't know what Duke Nukem was supposed to be a clone of, but it definitely has that energy, whereas this is completely unique. I can't really pin the tail on the clone here. What exactly would this be a knockoff of? Oh, big! Oh, big! Whoa, dead! All at once, though! I haven't saved in a while. Have I ever saved? Yeah, this is from 1992. I never saved. I never saved. I never saved. Fuck. Pardon me. Sorry. All right. Hang on a second. Give me a moment. Okay, I just put a poll in chat, if everyone will answer whether I should finish this or move on to another game. Oh, beige? You got some beige? Okay, well, it looks pretty clear people want me to switch games. Yeah, this music is very bad. All right, well, so let's do that, and then... Gosh, I think I've maybe seen this one time. You know what? I need to go take a piss, so I'm just going to leave you chilling on this right here. Okay. I'll be back in a minute. Oh, crap. Hang on a second. I messed up my chat interface. There we go. All right, BRB. It's incredibly funny that I leave and I end up doing a bunch of other stuff because I have to deal with my refrigerator broke. In case anybody didn't know that information about my life and my personality, my refrigerator broke, and so I had to do some things that were related to that, and et cetera, et cetera. And I get back and there's more people watching than when I left. So that's kind of a cool thing these days. The music is really good is the thing of it. Oh, let me just open my window because it's hot as hell in here. All right, more votes in the poll than viewers. What would that even mean? You know, before we even begin here, God, I love this. This is such a knockoff of the Apogee style of the time. But before we even begin here, let's see. This is the demo. Okay, so this is a demo. It's a real. I think it might be an alpha. So I'm actually going to download another version of it because I think this one is actually kind of primitive. It looked like it might have been the full version, so I wanted to give it a shot. But I think it's actually the demo. The other thing, though, that I wanted to share is, so in case anybody is unaware, if you don't follow my Twitter, pardon me, I have a camera that monitors my back stoop to tell me whether it's flooding, because this house has flooding problems. Since we're not really in the flooding season anymore, I went out and rotated it so it points towards the rest of the yard. Not for security purposes, but just because I wanted a creature camera, and it worked. Boy, howdy, did it ever work. I got several creature videos, and I was gonna see. Yeah, here we go. I'm just gonna go ahead and I just want to show you this creature. Let's see, window capture. All right. Oh, that's not working. That's the wrong capture method. Bitblet. Windows 10. There we go. So yeah, I set it up, and almost immediately, like I think 15 or 20 minutes later, I got a notification, and I went and checked. Folks, it's them. La Creatura. Oh wait, did I forget to get a beer? Oh wow. Wow. Sometimes you go outside and there's aminal, and it's just the best. It's just absolutely incredible when there's animal. Oh wait, is that it? Wait a minute. Oh, whoops, that's the preview. Here we go. This is the full video. So he chills there for a bit, and then yep. Oh, there's an apricot one in the freezer. So I wanted to share that with you. And then if you'll bear with me for a second, I may have another one. Let me see. Do I have it? No, that's me. That's not the video I want. Let's see. Let's see. So, man, this music is so funky. Oh. It has no right is the thing. Okay, let's see. Is this it? Oh, yes. Here it is. Okay. Oh, there they go. All right, I'm so excited to show you this video. And I will have it downloaded in just a moment. Is this the same video? Okay, that's downloading. All right. Also, this funky. This is super funky. Just astonishingly funky. All right, y'all ready for this? Look at them go! There they are! Hello! Yeah, I'll have to figure out how to deal with that pole soon. I'm just honestly like I'm floored. Gosh. Oh, you know what? That was not the right way to do that. Look! Look at them! Gosh! What a good way to be shaped. Hello! They're just investigating all the situations that are around them. And I can't stress enough. Let's observe their entrance, because their entrance is absolutely no notes. Where is it? Oh, right, we're cropped. Let's fix that. Reset transform. There we go. There they go! I'm just honestly, I'm just floored. Yeah, perfect shape, no notes. And then let's see, did I get a second video out of this? I think I did. Let's see, it would be this one here. Oh yeah, there's one more video here, which I'll have in just a moment. Man, I'm such a fan of when cats all right. This was another alert that I got. And there they are. Look at that. Just absolutely. Look at we got the perfect tail shape. And we're investigating. And pointy ears. Just absolutely. Oh, and they can also, that's the other thing, is that they also have the ability to phase shift. I noticed that in the video a couple times. If you ever wondered how it is that cats can be places so quickly. Now, this is one, this cat actually, to focus on this for a moment, this cat actually came to my window once in the middle of the night and scared the ever-living, God-fearing shit out of me. Because I was just at my desk and I was doing things at like 2:30 in the morning. And I like go like this, and my brain goes, there was a face. And I'm like, there's no face. Come on, it's 2 in the morning. I'm in the basement. Nobody is staring in my window. Look, I'll prove it. And I look up. And this is staring in the window at me. And I died. I had 3 heart attacks in a row. And I was reduced to a pile of ash shaped like a skeleton. It was basically, you know how when you have a phobia, the phobia is based on this idea that like completely absurd things will happen if you do this, that, or the other thing, right? And of course, they're ridiculous. They're absurd. You know, they're never gonna. It's never gonna happen. And then sometimes it does. Sometimes it happens, and then your brain is just like, okay, so do you remember when I said that? Do you remember the time that I said? And you're just like, listen, get out of here. All right, let's load up the second version of this. It's actually the 4th version. They released apparently 4 different demos for this. Yeah, here we go. And yeah, they changed the name a whole bunch of times, and I guess the last one was just called Space Chase. Oh, and you can actually interact with the menu now. That's cute. Game configuration. Oh, it's got a Gravis mode. That's for me. All right. I guess we'll play on medium. Ooh. The music becomes funkier. Oh, this game. I have played this game. This game is hard as balls. Oh, that jump is crunchy. Yeah, so limited ammo. Whoa. Oh, but this goes, though. Oh, yeah, the graphics are trashed. But this music, though. What the hell? Why is the music so good? I want to ship this over to Adam Neely and have him tear it apart. Good Christ. Not quite MIDI. Most likely it's an ad-lib, which is like proprietary format usually, that the game renders out, but... Whew. Wow. Alright, well, the name of this game is officially Dick Kick'em in a funky new jazz-infused land. Jazz! Alright, well, we can't play it with a corrupted background, and the background is definitely corrupted, which is weird. There must be some strange memory access shit that DOSBox doesn't implement correctly. Because, yeah, it should not look like that. Let's see if the alpha had the same problem. Oh, wow. It's a completely different game. Well, not completely different, but you get my meaning. Anyway, it's still corrupted, though. Well, it was. Oh, yeah, see, on this frame, it's actually all rendered wrong. And on this frame, it's right. So they're having some interesting problems with the EGA scroll registers, is kind of my guess. Huh, interesting. So this game's actually not playable on DOSBox. Huh. Huh. Okay, I'm gonna change my DOSBox video emulation mode. If I can find the emulators, DOSBox MB6, DOSBox.conf, and let's just, there we go. Because right now it's doing SVGA emulation. So let's nix that. and swap it out for plain EGA. You can see, so you can see we're in like proper EGA mode now. So as you can see, it's not the same aspect ratio. It's no longer filling the whole. Oh yeah, it's definitely like a word alignment bug. It's probably actually patchable if you wanted to take the time. Anyway, let's catalog.exe. Let's see if this improves things. Oh, it was actually running in VGA mode before. Oh, okay. So, might want to come back to that. All right, well, let's see. This will probably work, actually. For my money... Oh, wow. No, it didn't. Huh. That's kind of a bummer. Whoa. Oh, yeah, and see, it's having the same alignment bug with the background. See that? We're on some offsets, it's fine. On other offsets, it's not. That's right. I remember trying to play this now, and it was impossible because, well, I mean... Oh, look at that. Look at the ground down there. It's just trashed. Oh, no. Well, fortunately, the game doesn't really look all that good because the movement is just bad. Like, the scrolling is not as smooth as Keen. And the jumping is just atrocious. I do... You know, this guy here, though, I do like him. Look at that little guy. Real good. These sound effects are just absolutely unforgivable. Oh, we got some little Blaster Masters here. Wait a minute. Huh. 16 pixels feels right. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yeah, I'd say probably 16. Yeah, it really does have like a word rescue kind of energy going on musically, doesn't it? That is really unpleasant. Oh, come on! Enemies that are too short for you to shoot. Folks, we call this the bullshit. So yeah, I'm not gonna bother trying to fix this because this game's actually bad. It has great music, but the game is just terrible. So for what it's worth, let's look this up. Yeah, so nobody has a rip of the music from this game, it looks like. Let's see if any... Okay, so I just grabbed a YouTube video of somebody else playing it, and they're on a completely different level. And it looks like maybe the music... Oh, okay, no, the music does eventually change. All right. Wait a minute, we're about to go to a new level here. I know you can't see it, but, whoa. Oh, this is not as good as the other song. Yeah, this is not nearly as good. Okay, so hopefully we're not really missing out on anything as far as music goes in the later stages. So let's go ahead and proceed on to. I actually had other games lined up I was going to play. Oh, you know what? That's a good point. Let's see if there's music credits, because there probably actually are. Okay, let's go to credits. Holy crap, Theo Bishop. Okay, that's a really good name, but do I know that name? Theo Bishop. Okay, when I look up that name, it resolves to a website called smooth-jazz.de. Whoa. Gosh, could that be the same guy? Yeah, I don't know. He started a label called Native Language. Yeah, with a name that unique and doing jazzy shit like that. I mean, maybe. He's got a Twitter, Theo Bishop Music. I'm just gonna look. Let's see if he's got any. He's got no tweets about game music. Yeah, I don't know. It's like, does not seem like he's got any credits. Oh, you found the music? Oh, okay. Hold the phone. Wait just a hot second. VGMrips.net. Hell yeah. Space. Well, okay, actually, oh, no, that's it. Okay, terrific. Yep, there it is. Okay, that's level 2. I'm going to drop this link in chat because you could just play it directly off the site. And let's see, can I turn this up? This slaps pretty hard. Alright, well, everybody should go ahead and check that out later. And if somebody's brave, maybe they can ping him on Twitter and ask if it's the same guy, and tell him his music in Jason Storm was outstanding. Alright. So I actually have another elf-themed game. This one is a port from the Lord's computer, the Amiga, so it's not going to be very good, is my guess. Oh, yeah, I guess his last tweet was a long time ago. Oh, an Ocean title. Ooh. An AVM conversion of... That's right, the term port, to refer to a game being adapted from one platform to another, did not really enter the vernacular until mid to late 90s, at least. They used to use the word conversion, and sometimes they would say reprogrammed, or several other things. So anyway, a fun thing is that this is a port from the Amiga, and of course, even though they could implement better sound on this platform than they actually could on the Amiga, that's a secret for you. Nonetheless, you'll notice that on the main menu, whoops. Hang on a sec, I gotta set this back up again. There we go. On the main menu, if I press F9, it doesn't turn music on and off, but rather it switches between music and sound effects. Because on all the British computers, you could have music or sound effects. You couldn't have both. I know the Amiga is an American computer, but same difference. It's really funny. Obviously, we want to go with the music. Are you kidding? So dinner's actually in progress, and yep, I might actually be getting that momentarily. Oh, thank you so much. Oh, slaw. We got to arrange the slaw, folks. I will be right back. I have to deal with the slaw situation. Be back in a moment. Sorry, I meant to bring it up. Clear. I mean, there does seem to be some sort of fog. What could it be? It's so strange. Is there a weather's not changing this side, is it? Okay. I gotta eat here, but we're gonna go ahead and start this game if I can figure out how. Because that's the thing is I was pressing some buttons earlier and nothing was starting it. Oh, there we go. Whoa. Okay, I forgot. I'd seen a screenshot of this game. Feel free to use my options. It's so uncomfortable. All right. So I'm actually going to turn my camera off here and eat, and I'll be back in a few minutes. In the meantime, you can enjoy this music or give it a shot. Thank you. Oh yeah, it's a burger. Burgers are good. I like burgers. All right. Back in a few. Oh boy. Damn. Cornelius should really hurry up and make a selection. I personally think that it hurts all of us when Cornelius waits so long. Anybody notice what I? Anybody notice what I? Hey, I'm not done streaming yet or anything, but I did just want to say thank you all for showing up because it goes without saying that I've been having a very bad week, very bad week, and today was just I thought it was okay at the outset, and then it really wasn't. And I was having a rough one. I'll tell you what, I was having a rough one. And so I really appreciate everybody. I didn't know what to do with myself, and having a very difficult time. I am going to go ahead and there we go. Just in case, because some people have probably joined. Again, in case anybody doesn't know, my wonderful cat Gibbs is no longer with us. And I've been having a hard time, partially because of many things, and partially because of that. And really, it's not even all that much because of that. He was a very, very good cat, and I miss him very much. But it's one of those things where, yes, I'm bummed about it, but that's not really at the forefront of my mind. It's not the reason that I'm having a bad week. It's just one of those things where you have something bad happen to you, and then everything else is just a million times worse as a result. And so you just everything sucks. No more than it deserves to. You know, everything already sucked. Our country's bad country. This place sucks. It's terrible, and I fucking hate America. It is a bad, terrible place. It deserves to be have everything about it changed. We just suck so much, and it's really just been kind of it has become more apparent lately, but it was always the case. So, you know, it's just hard not to see it lately. Like this, you know, you see a bad thing happen, and then you really, everything, you look around, you just go, wow, everything else also really, really sucks. Damn. And it was nice to... Perhaps one way to put it is that humans are terrible by default. We're just horrible. We're awful creatures. We just suck. I think the Christians, I'm not Christian at all, but I think the Christians were right about original sin. I think we're born bad. We just suck shit by default, and we have to work really hard to not. And so many people are never going to, that it's just a net loss. And so I just hate everyone pretty much, except for the exceptions. And I'm glad a number of them have shown up to watch me. But cats and other animals, the thing about them is that they're not bad by default, because they're incapable of it. They're capable of being bastards. They can't do it. Everything they do is in good faith. They can't lie. They can be criminals, but they can't lie. Whereas we just lie by default. It's what we do. We do it like we fucking breathe. And so I've just been angry at everyone and everything. And the thing that sucks, the thing that really sucks, is that when an animal leaves the world, that's one less thing that you could trust around, you know? Because you can't trust humans at all. We all suck. And we certainly can't rely on us to be decent at all. So, cats, yeah, you know, maybe you get bit, maybe you get hissed at, swatted at, maybe they treat you like shit their entire life, but they're doing it because they think that's the right thing to do. And now I come home and there's one less presence in the house that bears nobody any malice for bad reasons, you know? And it's a huge bummer. Yeah, you know, one less thing that makes sense. It's just, you know, one fewer creature around that is just making the right decisions, even if those right decisions are wrong for other people, instead of making decisions that are wrong for them and everyone else. You know, being a homophobe or a transphobe or hating women doesn't make life better for anyone. It's not justified. It doesn't actually help anyone anywhere to be a horrible, hateful piece of shit. It is simply wrong. It's incorrect behavior. It's people trying to solve what they think is a problem in their lives by barking up all the wrong trees, and usually by being incredibly lazy. And so all their reasons are bad. completely unjustified, and they don't even make sense in a sort of like mustache twirling bad guy way, because at least that dude has principles and an ethos, or at least a goal, whereas most of the bad things in our world are completely goddamn pointless. They don't achieve anything. They make everyone more miserable. They're the opposite of useful, in addition to being extremely harmful in a very real way to very real people. And so that's just all we have lately, you know, is just things getting immeasurably worse to literally nobody's benefit. Achieves nothing. It's just a series of flailing, incoherent attempts by people who cannot manage their own affairs to make the world make more sense without actually learning how to understand anything. And it's exhausting. And none of us know how much more of it we could take. But we keep pets around because they don't do any of that shit. They're not, you know, they're not born with the evil in their hearts, and so we can rely on them to never just come out of fucking nowhere and decide to do something really, 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 really bad that hurts them too. You know, every single time that he came in and got on my chair, in my way, it's because he just wanted to be near me. We think, you know, we can't be sure, but whatever it was, the math made sense to him. He must have gotten what he wanted out of it because he kept doing it, you know? And sure enough, it's very easy to understand, you know, I want pets. I'll go in here. So it's not hard for me to believe that he was getting what he wanted out of it, you know? And I always felt like maybe I never gave him quite what he wanted. I think he really wanted to go outside and kill birds, and that's the one thing, right? Like, we as stewards of the planet, because we fucked it up, so we gotta try and unfuck it. And we know that, well, if we let the cats run rampant, then there won't be any more birds. There just won't be, because we fucked up the nation so badly that there's so few places for birds to be, and we overbred cats so badly. It's not their fault that we created conditions where there could be way too many of them, but nonetheless, for reasons they can't understand, we can't let them go outside and kill birds. He really wanted to kill birds. It's the one thing, you know, he loved snuggling, he loved being near people, and he loved kitty treats, and he loved sleeping, and he loved, just being up here in front of me. And he loved being soft, and he was really good at it. And all those things, I think we nailed. I think we saw eye to eye. And there's this one thing. I think he really wanted to kill birds. It's the one thing we didn't see eye to eye on. And so I feel pretty good about things, even though I wish he could have been able to go kill some birds, because I think he would have kicked ass at it. So yeah, it's sad that he's not around anymore to do the strange things that he did entirely in good faith every time. But more than anything, it's just the absence where you know, when somebody dies, you know, because I've had people die on me too. This is not like me having my first encounter with death and it's a pet. You know, yes, that's bad, but also those of us who have had people, friends, loved ones, partners die on them know that it doesn't compare. Sorry, it doesn't. But you know, it's bad enough. I can tell you from experience, it's bad enough. Because it does that same thing. It makes you look around and just go, well, what's the fucking point of any of it? And why do we suck so much? And all of a sudden, everything is bad to you. And you're right. You know? The world is full of terrible things. And the only way we survive is by ignoring most of them. And when something like this happens, you lose your ability to just put up with it all. The bullshit just gets right in your face all of a sudden, you know? You see it as hard as you've ever seen it. And so it's not that I am a complete goddamn mess because my cat died. I am a complete goddamn mess because everything sucks. And a whole bunch of things just shit the bed at once. My cat died, my refrigerator broke, so I had to throw out all my food, and I don't know when I'm going to be able to get it repaired. And the veterinary industry has been completely devastated, halfway by COVID, halfway because Americans got 1,000 new pets, halfway because none of them ever got paid the amount that they were owed for the work they were doing. It's basically a labor of love. Halfway because there's a lot of halves. There's like 1,050% in here. Halfway because it costs a fortune to go to vet school, and if there's not work for you, then whoops, I guess you could just die, I suppose, right? We had the only way we were able to get my dying cat to a vet because he wasn't actively bleeding. He didn't have a hole in him or a leg that was doubled over on itself. If that's not the situation you're in, it is impossible to see a vet anywhere in the United States of America. The only option we had was to go to a place that was walk-in only at 7 a.m. and stand there so that we could be the first in line. That's the only reason that he isn't still here with us suffering, right? So the whole veterinary industry is completely fucked. People are quitting left and right, probably because with all this bullshit going on, they're still being drenched with Karens. I'll bet the humans are 1,000 times worse than the animals to deal with. A dog might bite you, but at least he did it on purpose, for what he thought was a good reason, and not just because he's a fucking Karen who's just causing trouble for no good goddamn reason, just to make themselves feel better about themselves. There's just that whole thing sucks. All of that sucks. And then it's an externality, but all my bills paid out at once. So I'm like broke right now. And I got double billed by my goddamn car payment, right? And so everything sucks. And I'm right. It all does suck. But I did have a cat, and that made it better. For a bit, but I don't know. Anyway, so yeah, things have been weighing heavily on me, and I appreciate you all showing up and sticking around because I needed it. All right, how do we play this goddamn game? So I noticed that, I'm pressing buttons on my keyboard and nothing's happening. Oh, of course. God, that's so British. So in order to scroll down in this menu, I think you could probably guess what you have to do. That's right. You press up. Right? Be up because it sends the menu up. Oh boy, this game is going to be boring as hell. There's a bribe option. Okay, so how do I make selections? Of course, yes. You navigate with the arrows, and you press Shift to select. What? Ah, stinking toad flax. Ah, oozing shumroom. So the game is obviously running way too fast. Hence the animations here aren't running correctly, but it's only happening for parts of the game that aren't synchronized via VSync. And so so this part is running really fast, but if you're back in the normal game, it runs at a normal speed. But if I slow down the CPU cycles here we go. This looks a little more reasonable, but that purple berry grump is still pretty fast. Maybe it's supposed to be one frame. Oh, there we go. Okay. 426 cycles. So this is timed for a 286, 386. Well, let's see if it runs correctly. No, I was saying that it's normal speed during normal gameplay, but not in this interface. Okay, well, no, this definitely wants to run with more CPU cycles. Maybe this? Okay, let's see if it... Yeah, actually, you know what? You're right. Those were all weed strains. Let's go back. Going to the weed store and picking up a 1/4 ounce of whispering bulb glove. Wait, brown horse flute. Holy crap. Wow. Oh, add a note. Inri, the other cat, that would be Sarah. Sarah is doing regularly. We don't think that she's really noticed the change because she's completely ridiculous. I never really had Sarah on screen because Sarah would not... So she's very strange. First off, she would not really spend any time down here unless Daria was down here. She only wants to be around Daria, and she only wants to be around her in her room upstairs is basically the situation. So she hardly ever comes down here, and when she does, she sort of jumps all over everything for a bit and then leaves. She's bizarre. I've never understood her. She's the weirdest cat I've ever had. So she was hyperactive before, and she's still hyperactive. That's basically the answer. All right, so space seems to go into the menu. I'm guessing shift is going to be fire. Yep, shift is fire. Okay. Do I have limited ammo? No. I do see that there's a pets counter down there. Oh my god. Okay, so immediately there's some problems with this game. First off is the fact that it's two-dimensional. Technically three-dimensional. In means this is one of those grid-based games where the game is assembled onto a... the game map consists of a... you know, you can imagine it as a... you know, a two-dimensional grid with forward and back motion. And those are always, without exception, they're really hard to play. A few came out for the NES. I think the Platoon tie-in game, I want to say. Yep. Oh, God, this is British as hell. European as hell. Enemies just coming at you at all times. No time, you know, you kill them all and there's just more of them. Yeah, no, it's bad actually. This is not going to be a good game, but let's see. Can I talk to this guy? Oh, it's racist. Oh, okay. Good times. Hurry up, Cornelius. Talk. Talk about what? What? Really? He does not understand that. Okay. Oh no. It's like an adventure game kind of thing. What is up? No. It's dropping letters. Incredible. Absolutely incredible. Can I bribe him? Can I activate him? Ugh. Can I identify? Nope. Alright. Can't give him some herb. Flip screen scrolling, even though that wasn't necessary on the PC. Yep. You know, weapons that consist of, like, calculated geometric arcs. Never ends. Well, at least you can attack while on ladders. That it didn't need to go down like that. Yeah, it never fails. Like Amiga games. Absolutely beautiful graphics. Positively horrendous gameplay. Just terrible. Beautiful music, but no sound effects, even if the hardware supports it. Natch. We got those multi-layer. I wonder if that's an NPC. I think that is an NPC, honestly. Yep. Bird. Yeah, everything's busy. It's hard to see what's going on. I have no idea what to say to these guys. Man, imagine actually trying to make progress in this game. It's just inconceivable. It's so beautiful, but like... Why are European games like this? Just so consistently. And of course, it's virtually impossible to not get hurt. Everything hurts you. Everything is, boy, this... You know what? The way I would describe this is that this game sucks dog shit. It's just bad. Yeah, absolutely. You know, mood, honestly. If I'm perfectly frank, mood. I wish. Damn, I wish that was me. Congratulations, internet. What? That was a piss wizard. Well, I assume that it's magic. Presumably. One presumes. Alright. Thank God I'm out of that game. That game sucked ass. What do we got here? Cauldron. Oh. Air... It looks like my computer's being eaten by some Linux or something. Alright. HD called. Nope, that doesn't work. Oh. Wait a minute. Did that... Oh, okay. I thought it deleted everything for a second. Loader? Does this work? Oh, Titus. Oh, gross. Gross. Okay. Damn, these graphics look good. That means this game's gonna be terrible. Yeah, it's like all these Amiga games. People were like, oh yeah, great memories. Not that I ever played it. Oh. Oh, it's this game. Oh, right. Gosh, didn't this come out for the Super Nintendo? So I tried playing this once before. What I really love about it is that the camera really... Like, it's obvious they have smooth scrolling working, so there's really no reason for the camera to be as janky as it is. But this is an interesting thing. If you're not doing anything, they start... Hang on, let's... Oh, there we go. Okay. Alright. They start doing air guitar. Anyway, what I was going to say is... oh, that's right. I remember playing this before, and it was, like, really tedious to... It turned out there was, like, a win condition, but it was really tough to figure out how to reach it. It was just, like, super tedious. And this is also... So a couple things. So, one of the things that always bugged me about Amiga games, and particularly their PC ports, is they suffer from what would be in a console game consequences of the limitations of the hardware. So, in the original Super Mario Bros., the reason that Super Mario Bros. Does not scroll to the left is it took me a really long time to understand this, and I'm still like, it still sort of hurts my head. I'm quitting this game. This game sucks. Wow, it's a Razer 1911 release. Nice. Oh, Incantation. Maybe that was it. Maybe that's what I'm thinking of. So, two things. First, that game was doing not flip screen scrolling, but rather, what's it called? Basically, in the early days of... Oh, that's what I was talking about. That's right. In the early days of PC game development, you couldn't really scroll. because of hardware limitations. And then John Carmack figured out how to scroll with Commander Keen. It was kind of too little too late. But even after that, there was a period of about 3 or 4 years where there were companies making games for the VGA graphics card, and Commander Keen was for EGA, and scrolling on EGA was really hard, especially because you only had at best like a 386. But by the time like 94, 95, people were having 386s, 46s, I think Pentiums, all were all available, and you could get away with making a 320 by 200 256 color game with real-time scrolling, just like the NES. You could do it, and it wasn't that hard. You had the power available in the CPU, and the graphics card supported some amount of hardware scrolling. I can't quite remember how that worked, and you had enough RAM. Well, on the NES, the reason you couldn't walk to the left in Super Mario Brothers is because this always hurts my head. The game didn't have enough RAM to store the status of every object. It had enough ROM to store where those objects should be created the first time the player encounters them. So what's kind of fascinating about this is the way that works, the way that plays out, is that as you walk to the right in Super Mario Brothers, you keep encountering new things, and for each thing you have to deal with it in some way. And some things can leave the left side of the screen and come back, but those are things that you haven't killed, right? So that they can come back, or it's a mushroom or a Koopa shell or whatever. And so it's possible for the game to read where objects are per the ROM, per the map, no matter where you are. So there's a hack for Super Mario Brothers, I believe, which allows you to walk left. It's just that as you walk left, all the things you killed come back, because the game can store where they're supposed to appear, but it doesn't have enough RAM to store the fact that you killed them or interacted with them. It's not very much RAM, but the NES was so RAM starved. I think it only had 2 kilobytes of RAM, or maybe 4. It's not very much at all. And there's a decent amount of state being stored in Super Mario Brothers. And more importantly, basically as you proceeded in a level, it would have to build up more and more and more and more and more state. And all of that is it's just wasted, right? If they didn't design the game for you to be able to go back and interact with stuff, then just why bother? If the only point in going left would be to build more score, because that's really the only value there would be in it, because you can't solve a problem and have it say solved, and they didn't design the levels to include recursion, or not recursion, but doubling back in any way. You just have to move all the way to the right and you'll win the game, right? So there was no point in going left, and solving for going left was really hard. And more importantly, not that I've seen this addressed anywhere, but more importantly, I think Nintendo, Shigeru Miyamoto, who I believe designed Super Mario Brothers, right? I suspect that he realized that if a player could go left, they might think that there's something that needs to be done over there, or they might think that they need to kill the enemies again, or they might just spend a bunch of time killing enemies and collecting power-ups and whatnot for no reason. So the problem with all the European games, and a lot of Japanese ones as well, to be clear, if you look at like Legend of Kage, for instance, for the NES, it does have the problem that all these like British computer games had, where you start and just there's just stuff coming at you from all different. Fuck you! It's just shit coming at you from all over the place. Never ends. You cannot kill all the enemies. It's impossible. There is an infinite supply of enemies. Well, eventually, when you kill enough, I think the level ends. But the game simply does not have a concept of a fixed number of objects in the world that you need to deal with. later NES games did because they got the mapper chip and they started having the ability to put RAM in the cartridge, and things like that. Um, and those games started, I think even, I'm trying to remember actually, I think even Super Mario Brothers 3, I think if you killed an enemy and then went to the right and then came back to the left, I think the enemy would come back. I might be wrong about that. But basically, the you're right about the level format. Now that you mention it, Super Mario ROM hack go left. Uh, I absolutely, I absolutely could have sworn that I had seen this, but you know what? Maybe you're right. Now that you mentioned that, um, maybe I'm wrong. Crap. I'm looking it up now, and yeah, actually, a whole bunch of people are saying that yeah, you actually can't. I had not understood how the level format in that game worked until very recently. And you're right. It would have been like trying to seek backwards in an MP4 file, right? You press left, and the player actually has to go way further back and then start reintegrating from there. And on the NES, it actually would have been very unpleasantly CPU intensive. So, good catch. Good catch. I was wrong about that. Um, all the same, it's something they probably could have done, or they could have designed the game, with a different map format and stored fewer levels if they felt that that was a good use of your time. But there's no point, right? It doesn't help with anything. Well, there was no such limitation on the PC or the Amiga. There was more than enough space to store the state of every item in every level, probably simultaneously throughout the entire game. You could just have globals for every single object everywhere, because that's just not very much space. You're talking about a machine that has like megabytes of RAM. So there was no reason for things like ratchet scrolling. And in the case of the game we just played, it clearly had perfectly adequate real-time scrolling code. It's obvious that you actually could have you could have made that game just scroll in real time. But an interesting thing about this is maybe part of the reason they didn't do that is actually because writing two-dimensional game cameras is actually very hard. I can't remember where it is, but there used to be a web page I gotta find again that explained how all the different two-dimensional game cameras worked. And until you looked at this, you never quite realize. Oh, sorry, hang on a second. Oh, a $25 donation. Well, there's no question. Well, there's no comment. Well, okay then. Anyway, pardon me. Let me just fix my pants here. It's riding now. The camera logic in two-dimensional games is actually really complicated, and if you look at some stuff like yeah, it's really hard. Yeah, the Genesis Sonic camera is extremely sophisticated, and with everything, it's all about thresholds, right? Because you've got games where the camera is always locked to the character, right? So as soon as they get past the midpoint of the screen, it starts following them until there's no more room on the right side. Or you've got cameras that, as you walk one direction, they start tracking. And then if you stop and go back, they stop tracking until you get most of the way to the other side of the screen, and things like that. There's a whole bunch of different ways to do two-dimensional game cameras, and so I can totally believe that a lot of European developers had no idea where to begin with that, because it was probably like, well, one, it may have been word of mouth between a lot of Japanese game developers who were very good at it, but were also probably moving in between companies and bringing their experience with them. But in addition, if you look at a lot of Japanese games, they may not have them either. Like, if you look at Mega Man, the Mega Man games, even all the way up to the last, all of them, Mega Man X even, they actually have very simplistic cameras. So, they actually do they do flip screen scrolling where you hit the edge and then it stops and then scrolls over, right? And that takes a lot of the pain out of writing camera routines. Anyway, the hell is this? Oh, I think we played this before. Yeah. It's like Clyde's Castle, or Castle of Clyde, or some shit. I think, yeah, there we go. Yeah, the one thing we can do is, like, wand. We can wand things. Oh, wow, this is not really CPU locked at all. Yeah, this music's not amazing, I would say. I would say this is not some of the better music I've heard. And in addition, yes, this does have that sort of... this has that 8-pixel block scrolling that was pretty typical up until John Carmack figured out how to do his thing. Yes, like I said, we played this once before, and I did not like it. I think I... Yeah. I know I tried playing Dark Wolf once before, but I can't remember what happened with it. Good night, Ben. Have a good one. The burger? Wow. Whoa, wait a minute. Hold the phone. Yeah? God, I'm just realizing I may not have actually thanked either of the people who just donated. I'm sorry, I'm a little bit out of it today. Thank you so much. I've been having a really hard time with money lately. Literally, I just had to throw away a whole bunch of food because my fridge broke. So thank you. That's actually incredibly helpful. Oh, man. I have to spend so much money in the near future. And yeah, exactly. Like the game was going to be horrible if the music is this good. It goes without saying. But man, we can still appreciate it. Yes! Alright. So I played this game before a little bit. It is hard as balls. I love the graphics, by the way. Check out those deluxe paint trees. Programmer graphics. Terranar is at the brink of war. Damn, which house is the fifth moon in? I am liking this. I'm digging this parallax scrolling, but man, these deluxe paint graphics. Woof. You. The king is Palas. Enoch! Enoch! No. Whoa! No! No! Why would he look like that? What? Oh. Ah, jeez. You know what? I just realized I didn't put names in the donation banners, so if anybody wants to let me know who's contributing, please type it out. Oh, man. Oh, I'm screenshotting this one that says I have organized a meeting for every time I receive a meeting invite in Outlook at work. Ugh. Oh, man. Well, I'm glad you're having that bad ginger beer, in the sense that I hope it's not that bad. I hope you don't die. Additionally, unfortunately, there is, okay, someone remembered that I will answer technical questions if you send me a donation, which is true. There is no good way to rip hi-8 tapes, unfortunately. It can't, like, there really is no good approach. The only thing that really works is just using a hi-8 camcorder. The problem is that while there were hi-8 video decks, like dedicated video decks, none of them were actually any better than the camcorders. And in a lot of cases, they were either ridden hard and put away wet, or they were just more finicky to begin with because they were higher precision. So I have owned probably 4 different Video 8 or hi-8 recorders, and all of them are broken. So your best bet is really just to get more camcorders. Like, just hit eBay, look up hi-8, and just grab something. You can usually get them for super cheap at this point, $20, $30. You just have to make sure it has a video output, and also you want to take a good look around and see if you have a way to give it power. Because if it's one that only has battery input and nothing else, then you're not going to have a lot of options for actually firing it up. You want to get one that's got like a DC input, or one that comes with a power supply, or one that's got nice big chunky tabs you can clip like a bench supply onto. Hi-8 is not digital. Hi-8 is a pure analog format. It's basically it's not really VHS because it's its own format that has its own. It's really not like anything else. Video 8 and hi-8 are basically the best form of analog video recording that was ever available to consumers before everything went digital. Digital 8 is essentially just a DV tape, but being recorded onto hi-8 tape using a hi-8 mechanism. And as a result, pretty much every single hi-8, or pretty much every single digital 8 camcorder that exists doesn't work anymore, because what they did is they basically they took a mechanism that was designed for, let's say, for the head to spin at 2,000 RPM. I don't know what the numbers are, but suppose it's a head that's designed to spin at like 2,000 RPM, and tape that's designed to have the head spin against it at that speed. And they run it at like 10,000 RPM. They like way ramp up the speed to get that higher bandwidth. And I don't know if they move the tape faster, but I'm guessing they probably do. And so, from what I've been told, and from my experience, Digital 8 is usually broken. So if you have Digital 8 tapes, that's rough. But hi-8, yeah, really. Yes, eventually we'll burn through all the camcorders. Hi-8 is not a format you want to put new material on, because someday it will be impossible to read it. But for now, the best thing to do if you're ripping existing tapes is, fortunately we did make 50 million of these things, so buy them off eBay. and then sell them again when you're done, right? That's the thing to do, is to turn around, put them back on eBay, and get them back in circulation. If you don't plan on using them, right, so that somebody else can benefit. Because this is a thing I think about a lot. There's been a lot of people talk before about the LGR effect, the thing where LGR's Clint on LGR, LGR's Clint on his channel LGR will put out a video about something that nobody's ever heard of, and then all of those things will disappear off of eBay forever. You could just good luck ever getting one. And some people say that's a bad thing, and that's a fair point of view if you had been under the impression that eBay was a reliable place to get things that are 40 to 50 years old, 30 to 50 years old, because it's not. It is everything that is on eBay is currently stocked on a bunch of warehouse shelves in like a converted house in Alabama. All the people who are selling those things have names like Lyle, and they're constantly running schemes. They're bastards and scumbags. And the only reason that they have not thrown out the tape recorder that you're interested in is because they think they can make $40 off of it. The day that they decide they can't, they're throwing it in the garbage, not e-waste. They're throwing it directly in the normal trash, and it's going to a landfill. So, if we don't buy things, even at ridiculous prices, and get them into circulation, eventually all the guys, all the scumbags with rat tails who own these things in their like shitty, terrifying hoarder houses out in the middle of the country are going to throw them all away. This is based on several true stories, I should mention. So my suggestion is that as disgusting as it is to quote, capitalist propaganda, that keeping the cash flow moving is good. It gives people incentive to continue to hold on to these things, and it gets them out of the hands of people who couldn't give a shit less about them. If you have it, and then you sell it to a person who, basically, if it's on eBay, it's probably owned by one of these scumbags. If you buy it, then it'll belong to an enthusiast. And when you sell it, another enthusiast will buy it, and so on and so forth. The chances it'll ever end up back in the hands of someone who doesn't care about it, very low. So, a philosophy here is, every time you buy something off of eBay, you are rescuing it from doom. Just a way to think about it. Wow, are these the difficulty levels? I want to be a lich. Anyway, so this game runs really, really fast. It's not CPU locked, so it always used to be impossible for me to actually play it. It's still difficult because DOSBox does not do cycle accurate emulation. You can do it with PCM, but it's just a lot bigger pain to set up because it doesn't do hard drive emulation. It's mostly why I don't dick with it. But I have slowed this down to like 1,200 cycles. Yes, you're right, Joe. Thank you. Keep circulating the tapes, right? That's the philosophy. You make sure that someone else gets it, and you make sure that person gives it to someone else, and that they keep telling each other, give it to someone else, give it to someone else, right? Because as long as they keep moving, they won't go away. As long as everyone who gets them is invested in making sure that another person gets them, then they stay somewhere. And maybe you can't get a hold of them on demand, right? That's the thing. eBay, etc. People get entitled. But sometimes you can't just have everything. But knowing that it's out there somewhere in the world means someday it might come your way, or you might know somebody who can get a hold of it, right? It beats the landfill. I've thought about it a lot part ways because I'm responsible for some of this now. I'm not. It's hard to say, but some people have suggested that after my Nakamichi video, that the Nakamichi players or drives became a lot harder to get on the Electronic Bay. And I don't know if that's true or if it's a coincidence, but maybe. Oh, all Windows DVD. I'm sorry. I think I did see you tweet about that. Pardon me. Let me check. Oh no. Really? USB power supplies are that hard to get now? Used to be you could get just like one at a time. This music goes pretty hard. Like 500 milliamp instead of higher amperage? Okay, so as I mentioned, I have played this game before. It was very, very hard. And basically, so you've got a magic meter, you've got a series of spells that are used for navigating the environment. So jump, obviously, that makes you jump higher, and feather makes you fall slower. So there's stuff you can do with that. I think, well, let's go find out. I think dizzy actually might be like fall damage. Nope, looks like I'm wrong. Oh, interesting. So I just pushed up my experience, and my level went up a little bit. Interesting. Oh, I see what you're saying, Joseph. You're saying you want some. You're saying you want some that are. I get what you're saying. Nice one. C222. I don't remember if you have another display name somewhere, but what did you get? Yes, add a node. That is the assertion I'm making, that it's actually a good thing, that it keeps things from going to hell forever. How do I? Whoa! Wait a minute. FPS. What? I'm increasing my FPS? Ah, crap. I cast a spell. Change what your boss key does. I am absolutely struggling to figure out the keys for this game. So there are actually some applications where dumb devices, like sort of analog devices, will pull too much power if they're offered too much power. Having basically a regulated current source is a perfectly reasonable idea. It does imply that the device pulling the power is poorly designed, but I can easily believe that. So if you've got a special application where you have devices that you know are unsafe on higher power supplies, then that's totally legit. But otherwise, if you don't know that's the case, I would say, yeah, you're probably putting in too much effort. But I would love to know how to play this game. How do I play this game? Delay? Whoa. What? If you press plus, it just increases like the frame skip delay? I guess for faster machines? What is this game? This is weird. You can like tune it to your machine. I guess because the changing capabilities of PCs at the time, it would make sense to do that. I'm still struggling to figure out how to actually move around, so let's read the README. Wow, 4 people worked on this. Damn. Oh, shareware. Huh. You can get it from these .edu sites naturally. Wow, this is all the registration info. Okay, but how do we play it first? Okay, so jump, fly, true, and feather. I guess those are our different spells. Toggle retrace. And the frames per second just goes one direction, I guess? This is weird. Every time your boss walks in, press B, and a screensaver will come on. There's the screensaver. Wait, so it's a fake DOS prompt? Huh. So it is. Wait, how do I escape? Ah, I didn't read that. I didn't read that part. How do I escape? Maybe you're supposed to restart. This game's bad. I could have sworn I'd played it before and found some deeper meaning to it, but I think it might just be bad. El Captain Trueno. Teclado. Oh man, this is a port from a European computer. Wow, this is bad. Oh, yeah, like, I probably could have found out how to get back to the game, but I didn't actually want to get back to the game because the game was bad. Oh, that's right. Gosh, I think... You know what? I think I may actually have played the ZX Spectrum version of this. Now that I think about it. When you press crouch, he just looks like he needs to take a shit. You can do like this. You could do this bitchin' Samus Aran somersault, except that you could just take damage during it. So what's the point, really? I think I have 30 health. I think is what's up. God, this sucks. Yeah, I think this actually did look better on the Spectrum. Yeah, the animation looks good. Unfortunately, what's that word? What's that line from the song? You've got taste. Yeah, you've got taste. What a waste that it's all that you have. What's going on here? Oh, do I have to install this? Bad. Whoa. What? What do you mean? What? Oh, because it's installing from drive C. Oh no. All right, hang on a second. Sorry, I realize you're not getting the right screen right now, but there's nothing to see anyway because I'm struggling with installing this game. So bear with me. Oh, what a piece of crap. Yeah, I do think about like why companies have so much of a thing. A lot. It's actually often. Okay, I think this is one of Sierra's imports of like PC-88 games. Hey, T-Rex. I'm not doing okay, and that's why I'm streaming, but fortunately, everyone being here is helping, so thanks for showing up. Oh, crap, I shouldn't have skipped that intro. That music was banging. So the funny thing about the EGA graphics on the IBM PC is that they're... SanDisk never made them. They're some renamed Chinese garbage. Yes, I played Cosmos Cosmic Adventure. It's okay. Anyway, I was going to say, so EGA graphics on the PC were far more capable than any developer on the PC let on. It's just that none of the developers on the PC were playing Japanese games, particularly not Japanese computer games. So they didn't realize you could do this. I think there were a few exceptions, but mostly this is actually... I want to say that this is actually all EGA, because we've got blue, dark blue, turquoise, dark turquoise, red, black, yellow, dark yellow, white. And that's it. Yeah. So this is EGA color palette. This is a port of a PC-88 game. Sierra, in the late 80s, I believe, ported, I think, 3 games from Falcom. It was Nihon Falcom, I want to say. And they were very faithful. They did a perfect one-to-one port. I don't know if Sierra did it or if the OG developers did. But I will double-check, but I think this is EGA. I'm pretty sure. And you'll see it more in the game itself. That, yeah. So this is exactly how Zeliard looked on the original platform that it came from. This is... I have it. I've played it. It's, as I recall, at least, pixel perfect. And yes, it is designed for a CRT. In fact, if I put this in scale filtering bilinear mode, it'll probably actually look a little bit better. Oh, actually, no, that won't work because of the... Oh, and I have not installed the plugin pack on here. You know what? I'm going to do that right now, actually. Daria, if you're still watching, what's that OBS plugin pack that everyone uses? All the good stuff. I'm gonna go grab a beer, and that'll give you a minute to get that question and answer it. BRB. That's it. Thank you. Teams is absolutely hot garbage. Yeah, so the PC-88's capabilities were like remarkably close to pure EGA. I'm going to restart the game here and see if I'm right about this. I could be wrong, but I think that this is EGA's high resolution mode, and that it's basically identical to the PC-88. And if you look at the PC-88 and the Sharp X1 and the Fujitsu FM7, which were all basically the same machine, what they were able to pull off on there made the PC look like a joke. Yep, there we go. I'm running in pure EGA emulation mode now, so VGA is impossible. And you'll see that it looks exactly the same. Now, yeah, Teams is utterly baffling. It is a horrible piece of shit. Nothing in it works. You'd literally be better off using Discord. Just use Discord. It's better. Oh no, I can't plug in my Outlook organizational directory. Who gives a shit? If anyone cares, they'll just open Outlook. Oh, there's no presence synchronization. Once again, I do have to ask, who gives a shit? God, it's so bad. Oh, I'm sorry. There shouldn't be any word filters on this channel. My apologies. Here. All phones should burn in hell. There you go. It's so upsetting. HD voice is like... so, when I first heard HD voice, which for anybody who doesn't know is the G722 codec, I worked for a VoIP telco, and we sold phones that would do G722 to any other phone on the platform. They worked great. And I remember one time I didn't normally use them. I normally used an Avaya phone because we didn't, if your voice platform goes down and you're using phones that are on your voice platform, how is anyone going to call you to tell you your voice platform is down? Which legitimately was a problem that company later had, because they did in fact start dog fooding and did in fact start getting into situations where they couldn't get calls about the platform being down because the goddamn platform was down. Anyway, but I remember one time I was doing a test call with one of our Polycom phones, which supported, that's an interesting graphical bug that's happened. What exactly happened there? Huh. I was doing a test call, and the phone, the other person picked up, and I just heard the quietest click, and there was just silence, and I'm like, are you there? And they go, yep. And it sounded like they were standing right next to me. It was unreal. Alright, anyway. Yeah, what happened there was I just installed the StreamFX plugin pack, although I don't think it'll actually work till I restart OBS, unfortunately. Yeah, unfortunately. I was hoping. But anyway, when I did that, it went to the Windows root desktop where the UAC banner is, and that apparently did a really interesting bug in DOSBox. Oh, damn, 1,000 golds. Shit. So as I recall, you can actually save anywhere you want in this. Let's find the button for that. So that's restore game. Can't we save? Huh. Well, anyway. I think I actually played, like, a significant portion of this game on stream a couple years ago. But I could be misremembering. In the hut. Wait. Oh, that's right. I think I'm supposed to be saving her. I dreamed that a demon created the underground caverns to fill them with monsters, and the spirits brought you here to make things right again. Visit the magic. Okay, thank you. Yeah, I love Zelda 2. So I'll need a weapon. Weapon. Guess I'll get a training sword. Oh, the training sword? That'll be 400 golds. Wait, I have a weapon already? Ah, whatever. Buy shield. Clay. Oh, wait. No, I can afford a better shield. Not that it matters. I'm not going to play very much of this game, because I know I did play it before. Explain goods. Tell me about the training sword. Oh, the training sword? Man. It's your standard maintenance-free sword. This one's for you. What's the clay shield about? Very durable. Oh, your shield can actually break down in this game. Huh. I didn't remember that. Alright. Go outside. So yeah, like, this is all possible on the original IBM EGA in 1984. Now, how much CPU power did you need for it? Well, when we get down into like 8088 speeds, it does really very much get hinky. This is weird. I actually, at this point, I cannot stop walking left. Oh, okay. So there's some sort of bug with like key pulling because sorry. Sorry. When I turn the CPU cycles down enough, it starts just walking to the left continuously. Oh, Jesus. Fucking fireworks. Oh, I love the little transitions. Ticka, 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 ticka. Jesus, that frog died in just a bloody pile of mist. You have recovered. So yeah, if you were around in the 80s or 90s trying to game on the PC, there was nothing like this. Nothing even remotely comparable. And the thing is, like, console games still put this in a grave. Like, even mid-80s console games. And I don't think this came out in the US until the late 80s, maybe 90s. But still, like, look, the pickings were slim. Oh, right, yeah. EGA is technically better. And yeah, like, yes, the, sorry, let me rephrase that. Yes, the PC-88's palette was technically 512 colors. Yes, the EGA palette was technically only 64 colors. Now, find me a game on either platform other than Hideo Kojima's Police Knots that uses more than the standard default 8 colors. I'll wait. Because there were like 7 of them. And with the EGA, there's a very specific reason for that. I'm going to go ahead and exit out of this. It essentially is vertical interlacing artifacts because it's meant to blur together horizontally to look. This looks a lot better if you see it in the. Let me see if I can replicate this. I'm just going to go ahead and open up Photoshop here. I'm just going to blur this together because it actually looks a lot better. Anyway, oh shit, what was I going to say? Oh, right. So when the original IBM EGA came out, it had support for the same monitor that was used by the CGA. Now the CGA had really terrible. It had a really terrible palette. It was limited to only 2 and technically 3 palettes, and they were. It was the same palette, but one had the blue the blue channel turned on, and one didn't. And the end result is that you got one that was a green, orange, white, black, and the other one was like cyan, magenta, white, black, I think were the two. And they were both absolutely hideous. Well, despite the fact that CGA had such poor color support in graphical mode, it had 16 color support in text mode, and I think in the low resolution graphics mode, but no, that's not true. Sorry, that's not true. In text mode, CGA would use 16 colors. Well, to implement that, they provided a monitor with the CGA, the IBM color monitor, which actually accepted RGB input. It had TTL inputs. So for every pixel, the color was either, each color channel was either on or off. So you had red, green, blue, the combinations of each of those, which adds up to 8, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yes. So you had 8 possible colors from the 3 color channels, and then you could double that because there's another pin for intensity, which just increased the brightness of all 3 of them up to the maximum the monitor could handle. Just about. It was short a little bit. So that may give you 16 colors, but the original CGA could only access those all in text mode. Well, when they went to the EGA, they did not change the monitor at all out the gate. The interface for EGA still used red, green, blue, TTL, just on or off, and then an intensity pin. But in addition to that, IBM also provided a thing called the enhanced color display. So when the EGA came out, you could use the same monitor you had been using with your CGA, because of course you probably did have a CGA before. So you'd upgrade from CGA to EGA, and you just move the same monitor over, because monitors were expensive and big. What were you going to do with the old one? There was no e-waste back then, right? So to maintain backwards compatibility, as usual, they decided to hamstring their new product. If you bought the correct monitor for the EGA, the enhanced color monitor from IBM, it had 3 more pins on it. And those gave you another level. It basically allowed you to define 2 bits for each of the color channels, which added up to considerably more colors. I think that's how it worked. Don't quote me on that. It's something like that. It doesn't matter. Please don't correct me. You can go look it up yourself if you really care. The point is, they made a monitor that supported 512 colors. No one bought one. And even if someone bought one, probably a lot of people bought them. The problem is, as a software developer, what were you going to do? Because it would have required a lot more storage space, a lot more development effort, and an entire separate set of artwork to support the people who had bought the enhanced color monitor versus the normal one. And as a result, I think I'm aware of 1 EGA game that uses the enhanced color palette. What a kick in the dick. Like, it's the same thing happened when Microsoft released the Xbox 360, and they said, oh, it'll have a hard drive, 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 it'll have a hard drive. And then 1 minute before release, we decided to make a version that doesn't have a hard drive. And then every single developer shit their pants, deleted all the work of the last 8 months, and said, okay, we have to design every single game to run off the disk entirely, because now we can't assume anyone has a hard drive. So what's the point? Why write software assuming you have a hard drive when 95% of the user base is not going to have one? Like, everyone's going to buy the bottom tier product. And at least, even if they don't, even if 8% buys it, how much shit are we going to catch in the public sphere from people going like, I bought an Xbox 360 and then none of the games worked. It's like 1 game they're talking about here. None of the games worked. Let's went out and bought a hard drive for it. Excuse me. Because gamers, particularly then, were dumb shits. You couldn't get away with that sort of thing. It's just impossible. You probably can't now either. Spider-Man PS4 fucking puddle controversy, for Christ's sake. So, yeah, consequently, there was nothing that used the extended EGA palette, which is really a goddamn shame. But at the same time, let's not forget that the EGA card came out in 1984, and it had the capabilities of, the EGA came out in 1984, and it basically had worse capabilities than the Famicom, which came out in 1983. All right? There's no reason for it. It should have been better. Microsoft focused on specific use cases that no one gave a shit about. And so the amount of EGA software was, like, in my experience, then and now, not high. Because, again, okay, It's 1984. What are you using your computer for? Well, you're running VisiCalc, right? That's like 95% of what you're doing is running VisiCalc. Or you're running Lotus 123, or you're running, you don't have Windows. There's no Windows yet. So you don't have a GUI. You don't own a mouse. So the only interface to your computer is the keyboard. Everything you do is text-based, right? Unless you're a CAD designer or a you're a graphic artist or something like that, someone highly specialized. Basically, unless you're using the machine, but your workplace actually owns it, your computer runs in text mode, which means that for 99% of what you do on it, you can just use an MDA card, the text-only card. I don't even know what most people did with the CGA. Actually, that's not true. The primary reason to have a CGA was colored text. That was it. And actually, the CGA didn't do a very good job of that. So, and even the one thing the EGA would have been good for was actually having clean, crisp, colored text. So that was about the only reason you were buying an EGA card in 1984, 85, 86, or 87. And then the PS2 came out, and it had the VGA. Ooh, cool. The IBM has VGA now, right? Well, no, because the VGA was actually like a weird little proprietary chip that was built into PS2s. And it took a little bit for people to start making graphics cards that did the same thing. And I don't think IBM necessarily sold one for a little bit. Don't quote me on any of that. I'm drunk. DWI officer, deal with it. Basically, the way it works is that the IBM PC came out in 1981, and people bought them and then used them for a decade, unchanged. The same machines. People bought an IBM 5150 in 1981, and in 1991, it was still doing what they wanted. People in the US did not think of computers as game machines, with exceptions, except for like the main nerds, people who bought, game magazines and whatnot, cared about that, but otherwise, most people didn't think of it that way. Very few people had a use for graphical software, and very few people wanted to buy a new monitor, right? So, I think that had IBM leaned into the idea of the PC as a games platform, we might have seen more graphical software on the PC that leveraged it. Because for Christ's sake, look at the Famicom library. Look at the PC-88 library. They built machines for video games, they actually ended up getting utility software built within those constraints. You could build application software inside of a game machine, but you can't build games inside of an application machine. Every time I switch to the just webcam view, somebody sends me a donation. So, right, and yeah, it took me a very long time. It wasn't until maybe 4 years ago that I sort of woke up and went, PCs kick ass. The PC, the 5150 was the coolest computer in the world. It was cooler than the Japanese computers, which leveraged a lot more like proprietary components and whatnot. IBM managed to come out of the gate just swinging. They managed to just they looked at the field and they said, none of these systems are doing what people really want. None of these machines, the PET, interesting, but it pulls its punches. The Apple II, interesting, but it pulls its punches. They're cheap. Let's make a computer that fits what people actually want, which is an expensive for a individual, not a business, right? An expensive computer that you can consider an investment that is just designed like a General Electric fridge, just raw, dumb power, no custom parts, not the fastest processor in the world, but a fast one nonetheless. 4.77 megahertz in 81 was still pretty good. And we're just going to focus. We're just going to focus on specific tasks. We're going to give it really good text, because the thing that nobody has right now out of the whole trifecta of 1977 home computers is good text, right? Let's give it the crispest, cleanest goddamn text any individual has ever seen at home. And they did. And then let's give it expandability and walk away and let the free market take care of it. And for once it did. Well, yeah, but GE was still decent in 81, I think. I could be wrong. I don't know from appliances that much. So, you know, the 5150 is a KitchenAid mixer, right? You open it up. What's inside? Motor. There's like, if you could reverse engineer. IBM published all the technical specifications, the schematics, everything. Everything you needed to clone the PC was available in its manual, right? You didn't even need to have a specimen. You could have recreated the whole goddamn thing from the manual. But if you didn't have that, you could have got an IBM 5150, opened it up with like a team of engineers standing around it, and then about 6 of them would have just like, whatever, and just walked away. And then the 2 remaining guys would have done, because they know like, oh, there's not that much work here. There's not enough work for 8 guys here. And the 2 remaining dudes just like write down all the chips that are there, and they come back like 6 hours later. It's like, all right, we got it. Here's everything you can do. It's the IBM 5150 is almost just a Intel 8088 reference platform. It's like a demonstration board, which no one had made. The 8080 was the best thing anybody got at home at that time. And they were old when they were new, when people first started getting them. So the PC was absolutely just fantastic for the time. And yes, it's easy for people to get, to get disrespectful of them by not realizing what they were for. And it's easy for people to go like, look at the games that were on that thing. What a piece of shit. And, look, if that's your focus, right? They were a piece of shit for games. But I still think, despite the fact that that is a narrow-minded way to look at it, I mean, that's how I looked at it, for most of my life. Let's go all the way. Let's go 360 degrees. Let's do the Tony Hawk 900, where we go from, oh man, PCs are cool at age 8, to, oh man, PCs are dumb at age 13 when you learn about, what 68K workstations are. And then back to, oh, PCs are cool when like gaming is happening, and then back to like, PCs are dumb. They're all the same. Let's come around again, like I did, because PCs are cool because they were so well fit to their task, and they did such a good job with they were so down to earth, they're so grounded. Their success is self-explanatory. But now let's come around one more time. Tony Hawk completes the rotation and lands. IBM did not build a game system, but they still knew what was coming down the pipe, because the original IBM PC had a game port available from day one as an add-on card, right? So we say, well, the PC wasn't a game system. Oh, they put a game port on it. You could buy one for it. So how is it not a game system? You could buy an IBM PC with no graphics card, right? It was all options, right? So on day 0, you could buy a printer port and a serial port and a graphics card and a text card and a game controller port. With a graphics card and a game port and the same better sound capabilities than the Apple II, I'm sorry, how was it not a game system? IBM took a shotgun approach, and I assert that they did build a game system, because they could have built the IBM PC with the same capabilities as the TRS-80, on which you cannot play games. You cannot make an action video game for the TRS-80. It's impossible. You could make action games for the IBM PC, the 5150, on day one. And in 1981, you could have walked into a store, bought a machine, come home, and started playing a slow and clunky, but nonetheless, well, actually, I guess Asteroids or something like that, because a lot of the games I was about to name didn't exist yet. But you could have played more games on the PC than any other platform except the Apple II, which Apple was prescient enough to realize should be a game system. It was a good idea. Sorry, I just got a camera alert, and I'm checking to see if there's a kitty. No. Looks like no kitty. That was a false alarm. We have a false kitty. Sorry. IBM did not need to put a game port on the PC. They did not need to give it per pixel graphics with color. They did not need to give it a way to output. Remember, the previous systems, like the S100 bus, the CPM systems, they had the ability to play a beep to alert the user that they'd entered something wrong or that a program was requesting attention or something, right? But you couldn't. I don't think you could control the frequency of that beep. But the PC had the ability to change the frequency of that beep. Now you tell me, other than games, what good is that? What would you do with that other than entertainment, right? So I would assert that IBM did intend for the PC to be used for games. On the other hand, in 1981, there were very limited games, right? Things accelerated so quickly that in just a couple years, the PC couldn't keep up. What I fault IBM for is the fact that they didn't try to keep up. They acknowledged the situation. They saw that games were a big deal on home computers. That's why they put out the PC Junior. It was a response to gaming being a popular use for home computers. But they just did a shit job of it. And I've never forgiven them for it. For the fact that they saw that video games were an important use case for home computers that, the public wanted to lean into. And their response to it was so pathetic. It was just so damn pathetic. The PC Junior was they reheated a thing they'd already made and just said, well, here you go, I guess. And it's really not, it's not what anybody wanted. And there's a difference between making something that's not what everyone wanted when that's really like super far out of your bailiwick. It's another thing to look at the market and go, everyone wants to play video games. No. Which I feel is what they did. And I think that, not the design of the original PC, but in 1984, there was a decision point. There was a fork in the road, and IBM chose the wrong path, in my opinion. Because they could have been a video game powerhouse in the 80s. They didn't become a video game powerhouse, I would assert, until Quake came out. In my opinion, and actually I'm wrong, but in my opinion, virtually nobody gave a shit about the PC as a game system, despite the fact that thousands of games came out between 1981 and 1996 for the IBM PC. All of them were oriented towards a niche market. Most of them were cheap bargain basement crap sold at bargain basement prices. I would have to go check, but I would be astonished if virtually anything that Apogee or even id made actually hit the $60 mark at a time when console games were regularly hitting that in $80s dollars. If I remember correctly, I'm on my 6th beer, so don't you dare actually me. That is, be polite about it. uh, uh, I'm glad you enjoyed the sip. This is a perfect position for a sip mic. Um, uh, what was I saying? Oh, have a good night, Eek. Bye. Uh, what on earth was I saying? I'm just completely losing it. Like, the thoughts are gone from my head. Uh, God, does anybody remember what it was? Can anybody remember what I was saying? Or is it just gone now? I did at first think that somebody meant sip, like the VoIP. Yeah, something IBM PC. Who knows? Who knows? Well, anyway. Oh, right. That's what I was saying. That's what I was saying. Fuck it. Let's go back. I don't think that games from Apogee or id or Epic, the top of the line AAA stuff for the PC of the era, the 80s and 90s, I don't think any of it sold for more than $30 or $40. Although I could be wrong about that. And certainly, like, most people were probably just playing shareware over and over. And even if not, it's different, a different audience, different crowd, blah blah blah. The PC arguably never had a game that was culturally relevant outside of the PC world until Quake, at which point, it had to be relevant because there were people like 2 months after its release holding massive public tournaments and winning Ferraris. Okay, so it became a big deal. But go watch Tim Rogers' actionbutton.net review of Doom. Now, it's about 3 to 4 hours long. I'll wait. I honestly, I think it's incredibly important. Yes, that's a perfect way to put it. PCs running games was a party trick. When you saw Commander Keen, you're like, oh, the PC could do that also? And I've actually got a script in the works right now. Here, fuck it, let's go. I have a script in the works right now that's about how the first-person shooter was the beginning of the era of the PC coming into its own as far as video games. The first-person shooter was the first game genre that the PC made possible. It didn't exist anywhere else, and it wouldn't exist for quite some time. And part of that was because of the controls. But part of that is just because of the culture. The fact is that id was over there, and that's what people were doing over there. And despite the fact that PC was capable of playing other genres of game, who was going to buy a AAA platform action game or whatever for the PC when they could get it for a when they get it for a platform that did a much better job and where it was much more at home and where you didn't have to buy the top of the line machine to do it, etc. Right? So while there were, like, the PC had proven by 1992 or 3 that when it was decked out, when you had a VGA card, when you had a 386 or a Pentium, that you could do two-dimensional platform action games that kept up with what was happening on the NES, on the SNES, right? Donkey Kong Country could have been ported to the PC, but you would have had to own a $2,500 to $3,000 machine in 1994 or 5 to play it. And then all you had was Donkey Kong Country, which you could just play on the SNES, which cost a lot less. It was like $200 or $300, if that. Why not just play it in the place it came from? Then you have to worry about the sound situation, which never would have sounded the same. Well, when the first-person shooter came along, it was special because the PC was uniquely suited to it, and and it was also made by the people that were there on the PC and being sold to the people that were on the PC, right? So the FPS was born there as a product of the weirdness of that whole world. And so all the same, up through 1996, Doom, Wolfenstein 3D comes out, Doom comes out, Duke Nukem 3D comes out, and everyone on the PC is looking around going, damn, this is quite a thing that's going on. No one gives a shit. Go watch Tim Rogers' ActionButton.net review of Doom. He has a story in there. This is a man whose entire life is defined by video games now, okay? This is a man who's making like $20,000 a month on Patreon because every 4 months he releases one video about video games, okay? That's how hardcore this guy is into video games, okay? He says that when he was in college, that he had an N64 and GoldenEye was cool, but he had barely ever played Doom and didn't know what Quake was, okay? So it's I think it's reasonable to say that even to somebody who had the opportunity to be very hooked in, right, at that point, somebody who was a big gamer, the story he's telling when he tells that anecdote is about being a huge GoldenEye 64 athlete, where he's playing GoldenEye 64 against people in the common area at the dorm, and every single person in the whole dorm crowds into the room to watch this, and there's 2 people there who know what Quake is, okay? No one gave a shit about any game that came out on the PC except PC nerds. It just remained for years and years and years. God, it was probably Counter-Strike. It's probably the thing that made the PC gaming, unique to PC games, finally relevant on the world stage was probably Counter-Strike. Well, so anyway, I've got a story in the works right now about FPS controllers. And yes, it's really funny you mentioned the LTT video. They scooped me. I assume you're not on my Discord. They scooped me because I bought this 8 months ago. I have a whole collection of first-person shooter custom controllers just for the PC. This guy here, the Sidewinder Dual Strike, where you do that. It's got this dual orb joint here, right? But that's not the half of it. I've also got the Sidewinder Freestyle, which has motion controls. It's like a Wiimote for your PC. It's got an accelerometer in there. But then, what do we got here? This here is the Panther XL. The Navint Falcon is way too new. Although I do have one. It's back there. See? See where my fingertip is? There's a Navint Falcon. I don't have the gun grip control for it, though. If you know anybody who has one, get in touch. Anyway. Yeah, so this here is the Logitech Wingman Warrior, which is basically a joystick with a knob. And that knob is connected to a rotary encoder, and you can bind that to whatever you want in a game. This came out just before Quake, so you would basically use this. Well, I'm sorry, I forgot that you did. You tell me about that? I'm sorry, I forgot. Get in touch. I'm sorry, Tech RGS. I don't remember who you are. Give me a handle or hit me up on Discord or Twitter or something. I'll accept it now. This has the very strange and dubious privilege of being one of the very, very, very few controllers with 2 connectors, one of which is serial and one of which is GamePort. So anyway, this was intended for playing Doom, Duke Nukem 3D, etc. And then you wanted to see it. Weezer! Sorry, no, this is the Space Orb. We got the Space Orb. The Sporb. Oh, fucking Christ, Very. What are you doing in here called Tech Ergs? Come on, bud. I didn't know you had a gun grip. I don't remember that at all. Send it to me. Anyway, so this is the Space Orb. You could pull and push it in any direction. These things sucked. Burp, 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 burp. So you can move this in all 6 degrees of three-dimensional motion. What is going on here? Why can't I do things on my screen? There we go. I'm having problems. There's too many controllers in front of me, and I've just pressed some buttons on my mouse. So, Matt, yes, sort of. The serial port. So, the PC game port supported X and Y and 2 buttons, but it supported 2 sticks. So you could have X, Y, Z, R, basically. So four different axes, and then 4 buttons. The reason it's serial is because getting a non-relative input in through the game port requires you to bit bang a digital signal through it, and at that point, just use the damn serial port. So, anyway, yeah. So this is largely for Descent, but you could still use it for FPSs, and it was sold that way at one point. Then we have the Logitech Cyberman. They made 2 of these, and I have not bothered to try and get the other one, the original one. This is the Cyberman 2. It's quite different, but it's largely the same idea. The concept, it's very similar to the Sporb. The idea is that this knob here, you just move it in whichever direction you want to move. Again, this is ideally for like Descent, but you could use it in FPS, right? Because you hold it like this on your desk, and you push forward to move forward, you rotate to turn, you tilt to look up and down, you slide left and right to strafe, right? So to circle strafe somebody, you would just go like this. Just twist your hand and slide sideways, and you'd be circle strafing. And then just tap it backwards a little bit to maintain your position. And then it's got all these buttons right here, so you would hold it like this, right? So this is a bad idea as well, and this got sold for Descent and also I think for FPSs. I'm conflating some things, but arguably Descent is an FPS. Also, if you want to talk about LTT, I have the Fragmaster, and I had it in November of last year. I was going to do a video about it then. I'm glad I didn't, honestly, because like the basic sort of there it is, the soy face video is, you know, what I was originally going to do, and LTT did it. Good. They can have it. I don't mind. That's what their whole thing is about. For me, I have a little different tone. In fact, the way my script now works, it took me 8 months to come up with a script for this. These have been sitting around the whole time, just chilling. I couldn't figure out what to write about them. And so then I watched the LTT video, and while I was sort of cogitating on, like, what do I do now, I realized I figured out the story. So I rewrote everything. I rewrote the script from scratch. Yeah, if you're not aware, I'm not going to take it out of the box. It's a big pain in the ass. You can watch the LTT video if you want. But the idea is this is like a 4 degree of freedom, maybe 5. You can push forward, back, left, right, tilt, up, down, and rotate. Yeah, 4 degrees of freedom. It really could have been 5 or 6. They really screwed some things up on this. But yeah, basically you put both hands on it, and it's got a whole shitload of buttons on it, and it's just got like 4 joystick axes. And you're supposed to play FPSs with it. It was designed specifically for FPSs. It's the only thing they advertise on the box. And it came with a copy of Half-Life Day 1, which, now this is a fun thing. When I was a chilled, when Half-Life was new, I remember when Half-Life Uplink came out, which was the first demo. No, may have been the second. Because that's the thing. There were 2 demos for Half-Life. I had never known this. I only ever knew about Uplink. Uplink was amazing. Uplink was incredible. Half-Life Day 1 is different. This one, I believe, actually does start out the way the game starts out or something like that. So it's a more conventional demo. But anyway, this was sold and designed explicitly for playing first-person shooters. And it's not very good for it. All these controllers are actually much better for other genres, and that's the thing I'm going to be addressing in this video. So I have this whole collection, and I actually have one more. This one, almost nobody seems to ever talk about. This is the Panther XL, and this is exactly what it looks like. It's a trackball. We have a big old trackball orb over here. This is just an ordinary joystick. It's a fairly capable one. It's got a lot of buttons. It's got 2 POV hats, trigger here, trigger on the back of the grip. So really quite an excellent flight stick. And we've got lots more buttons over here. But then, yeah, just orb. And it's, whoops. It's literally just, it's a trackball. Just normal trackball mechanism in there. Except also, this is interesting because this came out in '98, I believe. And this might be, don't quote me, might be the first piece of gamer tech with, hang on a second. Where's my power switch here? There we go. Lights. There we go. This one's actually got LEDs under the orb. I could be wrong, but this might actually be ground zero for the completely ridiculous idea that gamer means LED illumination. It's not RGB because nobody had invented RGB LEDs yet. In 1998, you couldn't buy a bright green. Well, maybe green, but you couldn't buy a bright blue LED. Those didn't come out till 99 or 2000, I think. Basically, there was no way to do RGB, but this still sells. I mean, there's no purpose to it. It doesn't help you play in any way. It's just decorative. Just looks neat. That's it, right? There's actually 4 LEDs in there, and if you look, they're all focused on one point, right? So as you lift your hand away, you can see they separate like that, right? So it's it literally, it doesn't do anything other than maybe you could see it better in a dark room or something, but that's not why they did it. They did it because it looks cool. And you know, RGB lighting is just a cheat. You know, it's just a cultural hack that allows men to decorate. You know, that's it. It's just that gamers, you know, as a cultural group, are highly testosterone poisoned men who are afraid to decorate anything because they're afraid of getting called the F slur that gay people like me get called, because they wanted to do something because it was pretty, and for no other reason. But gaming stuff, just out of nowhere, you know, it's not like some sort of cutout where, you know, it turns out that it improves your performance, and so everyone can excuse themselves by saying, "Oh, see, it's for performance," but it's really just so it looks pretty. No, there's nothing. There's literally nothing. There's absolutely no connection. None. Zero. Zip. Nada. It came out of nowhere, and it's a gentleman's agreement situation where you can tell that all the gamers looked at each other, looked at the stuff, looked at each other, and said, "We have no idea why these like weird Chinese companies decided that we should have RGB lights in this stuff, but we all like it. So let's all agree to never admit that we're just doing this for fun. We're all going to say, oh yeah, got that RGB. Literally seen this on gaming channels. Got that RGB," as if that makes sense. We're all going to keep pretending that it somehow has something to do with performance, even though it makes no sense. We're never going to discuss it. We're never going to address it at all because we all like it this way. But if anybody ever were to say, you know, that's kind of many words, the whole thing would fall apart, the whole house of cards. But it's just this gentleman's handshake agreement where everyone agrees to never mention that particular elephant in the room. And meanwhile, we've got all these hyper mask gamers playing for money, just like calling each other every slur they can think of, having heated gamer moments left and right, and they're completely covered in rainbows. It's like, do none of them see what's going on? No, they see what's going on, but for once, I have RGB. I'm gay. I'm willing to admit that I like colors. I'm completely, there's RGB all the fuck over the place here, right? But, I have like an anime girl taped to the inside of my case because I think she looks cool. I have no problem with this. Doesn't bother me for a second. And not that I'm saying the other people who are saying they don't like RGB are just homophobes. That's not the thing I'm saying at all, I promise. I'm just saying that, it's on brand here. It's just astonishing to me how, this thing, I remember even before RGB, it actually kind of did turn into soft white. I mean, look at this. Like, this is my case situation. And I actually do have, there's sort of a subtle color going on there. But I got like the little bit of a pink there, and I got sort of a light blue kind of thing going on there. Didn't really get like the colorful graphics card so much. Like, you can't really see it or anything. But I actually have this thing set up so that the lights are color coded. So these will actually start. The ones on the top will start to turn colors when the CPU warms up. You can actually sort of see it happening right now, a little bit. They'll actually turn yellow and then red as the CPU gets hotter and hotter, and then the GPU controls the color of the pump. You can see it was just warming up a little bit there. And then, that's so I know what it is. It was called Milo originally, but it's been called Mylon for a while. There she is. That's a screen grab from Metal and Lace, PC Aerogay from like 1993. And then we got those going on up there, and there's a drawing of a penis back there. Anyway, but the moral of the story is there's absolutely no pretense to putting colored lighting on anything. You can just do it if you want. It doesn't mean a goddamn thing. It doesn't have anything to do with gaming. Nothing at all. You can just do it if you want. And it's so strange. I never get tired of making fun of this. How the whole gamer world just like, it's what it is it's what I call Taco Bell engineering, where in the industries in the like South China industries that produce a lot of electronics, consumer electronics, they have basically like these it's like the Taco Bell menu where like every single thing there is made out of beef, corn shells, flour shells, cheese, lettuce, beans, tomatoes, and like maybe two other items, sour cream, maybe one or something. They don't even have guacamole there, right? And somehow you go there and there's 70 different things on the menu, and they're all the same thing that's just been remixed in different ways. And a lot of Chinese manufacturers are the same deal, right? And so what happens is, and this used to be a lot more common than it is now, but in 1997, no, 2001, let's say. In like 2001, what would happen is some Chinese manufacturer would get a hold of the molds for a gamepad. And they look at the market and they go, well, shit. It's like 1,000 other companies have the same molds. They're making the same gamepad. They're making the same, it's got the same PCB, everything, right? How do you make ours stand out? Well, what do we have? Speakers. That's nothing. Where are we going to get the sound from? Switches. It's already got those. Little radio transmitters. That doesn't seem to help. LEDs. Hey, what if we just put an LED right here, and then there was a switch that turned it on? All right, let's do that. You would get like a pair of headphones, like cheap headphones in like 2002, like wireless headphones, and they would have an FM radio in them because that's the thing they had. It's like a single chip product. You just put it in there. It's got a switch that turns it on. Yeah, it's called a value add. It's literally, we don't have anything. What can we get out of the bucket that's already made and just put it on the pizza, right? Well, in the early 2010s, I actually researched this a little bit. Can anyone guess the first year that Corsair sold a a gaming keyboard or mouse? Let's go in the chat. Does anyone want to guess? It's the first year that Corsair sold a gaming peripheral. No looksies. Don't look it up. Guess. I think we get some surprising answers. Or I'll look like a total fool. It's also possible. I'm going to go grab a beer while you're guessing. I'll be right back. This is fun. I'm enjoying this. So, number of people got it right. It is 2011. It was weird to me to discover that. I wasn't sure whether I thought it would be earlier or later. I think I felt it would be earlier. I think I thought that, you know, saying crisis was a cool way to test a computer was a meme by like 2009, right? I think it came out in 07, I want to say. You know, BioShock was now, like there was this whole slew of meme kind of shooters. I think CSGO might have been out. Counter-Strike, obviously. And all this stuff had been around for years at that, you know, by like 2008, 2009. You really would have thought that, well, one, you would have thought that all the old school, you would have thought that Scitec would have been at the forefront of gaming keyboards. Logitech, Thrustmaster, you know, companies that had been known for their gaming controllers. No, none of them. None of the companies that are making gaming peripherals now were making them in 1998 or 2004 or 2008. Like, Logitech wasn't really making gaming peripherals in 2008. Like, yes, sort of, like the MX-1000, but if you look at it, it's kind of more of just an office mouse that's good. The only gaming peripheral, Corsair is not the, you know, ground zero for probably not the ground zero for gaming peripherals. Yeah, there was the G15, but like, no, yeah, you could buy one, but you were a doofus if you did. Sorry, they sucked. It was just a membrane keyboard. That's the thing. Gaming keyboard. Somebody said, Joe Moeller, something got cheap by 2010. I can tell you exactly what it was. It was one thing that caused the avalanche. The Cherry MX key switch. I believe what happened is that in around 2008, 2009, this is my seventh beer, okay, so nobody quote this, but I think in about 08, 09, what happened is that Cherry, who for decades had been making key switches but was unwilling to sell them to most companies, either they started making them again, or they started making them cheaper, or they started selling them in smaller quantities. It was one of those things. And for some reason, what happened is that all these Chinese companies, like Taiwanese companies that have been making power supplies and things like that, other gaming peripherals, basically, but ones people didn't interact with directly, suddenly got a whiff of what was going on over on Massdrop. Because there were these forums, and there was Massdrop itself, where people were spending really quite an impressive amount of money on the reg to, pardon me, to build these mechanical keyboards. And they were doing stuff like snapping the switches off of old Wang keyboards and whatnot. By the way, if you've ever done anything like that, don't tell me. Certainly not to my face. I'll break your nose. But people were just like desperately trying to build mechanical keyboards, and they were spending a lot of money, like $200-400 a pop, to have these boards made. Then yeah, just like that, Cherry realized what was happening. They started selling their key switches in mass quantity and several different varieties. The floodgates opened, and I think. Maybe it was a patent expiration thing, but remember that when they started doing this, it wasn't clones. I remember when the first mechanical keyboards were hitting the market, the first gaming mechanical keyboards, they were genuine Cherry. So I don't think that's related, but it could be. Could be. Remember that also that a lot of the clones don't actually use the Cherry mechanism. A lot of them are actually patent dodges in themselves. So I don't know if that's really relevant. But at any rate, the point is that in the very late 2000s, the mechanical keyboard revolution exploded. Now, prior to that, I don't know, maybe there's some young people watching, I don't know. Prior to like 2013, you couldn't buy a mechanical keyboard at Fry's Electronics or Best Buy. They didn't sell them. You went in and it was just 4 different Logitech keyboards and then some other just utterly generic sludge. They were all membrane, and they were the exact same rubber dome mechanism that you got in your Hewlett-Packard keyboard for $2 in 1990, 1995, 1999, 2001, 2005, 2008, 2010. And the same keyboards, the exact same mechanism that's in every single keyboard that ships with every single computer sold now. They're all identical, right? So that's the thing. Somebody mentioned that Razer was making gaming mice. Yes, that's true. And their mice were genuinely better than anything else you could get if that's what you were looking for, if they fit your needs, until the optical revolution happened. But some people still swore by the mechanical ones, as I recall. But then Razer picked up on that, and it was kind of got a little less relevant. Although, on the other hand, they still had quite a unique shape. Now, Linus Sebastian says he actually hates it. I have never tried an original Boom Slang. I did have a Razer mouse for a bit in about 2007, 9, something like that. But they changed the shape considerably by then. He says that he hates the original Boom Slang. It's actually really, really unergonomic, which wouldn't surprise me. Because Razer didn't take off the way you'd think it would have with the FPS explosion. People were mostly gaming on Hewlett-Packard Sludge or Logitech MX1000s or general purpose Logitech mice. The optical ones, not even the laser ones. Anyway, the market was just like, there was nothing. Like, the gaming peripherals were bullshit. Yeah, Logitech sold like was it the G15? Was that the Logitech keyboard? Yeah, and it sucked. I used one. Sorry, they were terrible. They were worse, actually. It was like I was saying earlier about the Sidewinder gamepad, where you go, oh, it's in case anybody didn't see this, I picked up the Sidewinder PC GamePort gamepad. It's actually, you can use it on a IBM PC, right? You can play Jazz Jackrabbit on this thing, right? Pretty cool. It's got 4 buttons, and it's got auto and turbo control for each one of these. So you can either use them as 4 separate buttons like normal, or you can put it on turbo, and then that button will turbo fire, or you can put it on auto, and that button will just continuously turbo fire without you touching it. It's good for shmups. But the wildest thing about this, listen closely to the D-pad. That's right. Micro switches. Never seen that before. Apparently the Neo Geo gamepad does it. And yeah, I'm distantly remembering having this experience, but wild, right? Wild to see a gamepad that doesn't just have horrible carbon pad membrane keys in it, right? Terrible. It's awful. It doesn't feel good at all. Because it turns out that the travel on these Michael switches is enormous. Let's see if we can visualize this. From here to here, we're still not engaged. Look at that. Look at all that travel. That's not triggering the switch, okay? You get all the way down here, click, finally. So it's squishy, super, super mushy. That's the Logitech G15. It was somehow mushier than a normal membrane keyboard. Just terrible. So that's what you got back in the day. Those were the only options. And they weren't good. And then all of a sudden, these mechanical keyboards came out of nowhere. And my conviction, what I think happened, because if you look at Corsair's website, in 2011, in like June, one day, they just all of a sudden had an entire range of gaming peripherals. Went from 0 to 100, just like that. And what's interesting about that is they didn't release a keyboard and then 3 months later release a mouse. They released them both at once. Which makes me think that the reason that the gaming mouse became a thing is actually because of the keyboards. I think what happened is that they put out the keyboards and they went, well, shit, we can't sell the keyboards without a mouse. And that's the reason that we have the gaming mouse category. Matt, so this beer is the 10 Barrel Brewing Crush Apricot. And they make about 5 different flavors of this. I've actually been pissed for years they got rid of the one I really liked. They sell these in 2 different forms. They have, it's a sour. It's a pretty intense sour. It's the only sour I really like because it has a very pure flavor. It's like a malt liquor, except that it doesn't make you sick as a dog. It's actually literally, it's a German Schwarzbier, Weissbier. I don't remember. Anyway, it is genuinely a beer. And I don't remember what they use for fruit. I think they're using genuine like fruit zest for flavoring. It's very kind of pure. The apricot one really tastes like apricot. You know, it's not like super artificial like Four Loko or something would be. It's not like super chemically, but it is just very clean in a way that most sours aren't. When I go to the beer store and I buy a sour, when I take a slurp of it, it says on the label, like, brewed with blueberries. And I'm like, yeah, this does taste like what I imagine it would taste like if you poured a bunch of blueberries into a like lukewarm vat for 3 days. It tastes like some rancid ass, nasty room temp blueberries. Not even skunky. It's most sours smell like a park trash can on a hot day. Which is very much what, hey man, I don't know about where you are, but we have beer stores here. Like several dozen. I went to Full Throttle Bottles on up in Georgetown. They've got several hundred. Anyway, but yeah, so I really like this. It's like a malt liquor, but not disgusting. It's not like super goddamn. Yeah. So I highly, if you don't like sours, I really think you should try these because this, in my opinion, really brings it home. It's very pure. They sell it in 2 different forms. One is they have a sampler pack that contains apricot, strawberry, cucumber, and raspberry. And my favorites are the apricot and the raspberry. Because they're so pure. They sell the raspberry on its own. They don't sell the apricot on its own, which sucks because I would just buy 4 cases of this at a time. It's just wonderful. I could drink this stuff till my bones dissolve. But the raspberry they sell on its own, that's very good. They sell a guava. The first time I tried it, I thought it was good, but on later attempts, I just think it tastes like pure citric acid, which can be a good thing some nights, but whatever. And I missed the one they used to sell on its own. I can't remember. It was a lemon or it was another citrus fruit. I can't remember, but I really liked it. Anyway, but they replaced it with the strawberry in the multi-packs. I've just never really adapted to it. I learned the strawberry has a tiny bit of cayenne pepper in it, and that explained a lot. I'd always noticed there was something just a bit off about that one. I like it, but it's just a bit off. And I've since learned that cayenne is not infrequently used in small quantities as a flavor enhancer, even in things where it seems strange, like very out of place. So I'm not going, oh, you shouldn't be putting savory in the sweet stuff. Like I get it, I know how it works. But genuinely, I always did think it tasted a little strange, and when I found out that's what was in it, I'm like, that makes sense. Yeah, that lands. So anyway, yeah, I every single week I play D&D on Wednesday, and that was a noise. Every single week I play D&D on Wednesday, and every single time I get one case of this stuff, the 12-pack, and go through about 3/4 of it. It's definitely my favorite canned alcoholic beverage by a long shot. Really enjoy the stuff. But anyway, just to return to what I was saying earlier, just to sort of wrap it up, the gaming peripheral market for the PC lagged a long time behind the popularity of games for the PC, and the PC gaming market itself lagged. I remember that you couldn't get a two-dimensional action platformer for the PC in like 2009. Like, there just really almost weren't any. Yeah, there were a few, and there were a couple ports. Not really that many. Nowadays, the PC has become this, it's undergone this gaming renaissance, which started in 2011, 2012, something like that. That's really when the PC came into its own. And all of a sudden, we're getting stuff like Metroidvania, like original indie Metroidvanias that are coming out just for PC. Right? Because you remember there was that period when there was that period in like 07, 08, somewhere around then, when we actually saw the phenomenon of indie game developers would say, yeah, so we developed this for Xbox Live Arcade because that was the only place where we were actually likely to get any sales. We didn't necessarily want to make it an Xbox exclusive, and eventually like games for Windows Live, cross-platform. But we would have made it a native Windows game, except it wouldn't have sold, or we would have tried to get it out for the PlayStation, except it was too expensive, or this, that, or the other thing. And now it's like, at this point, when a game comes out, it's even odds it comes out for everything, and there's lots of reasons for that. But there are games that come out that just target the PC now that never would have targeted it in the 90s, the 2000s. For the longest time, the only Metroidvania you could play on the PC was Cave Story, and it was developed by one Japanese dude in his bedroom, right? And nowadays, it's just a plethora, right? Tons and tons. Stuff that comes out for that doesn't come out for any other platform, that sort of thing. It's cool, and I'm glad that this has finally happened, but it did take a very, very, very long time for the PC to become a respectable target for game developers. And I think that sucks. I think it sucks that we only in the last decade, considering we've had 40 years of PC gaming, and arguably over 30 years just about of respectable, full faith PC gaming. Considering it's been that long, it's a bummer that only in the last quarter of that run has the PC really become a target for real AAA games as a primary platform. That could have happened sooner. That could have been happening in the late 80s, in the mid 80s, and it would not have cost IBM very much. They could have built a game card. I've been thinking about this for years. They could have built a game card for the PC in 1984, or 85, or 86 even. When the NES came out, IBM could have looked at that situation and said, it's time to compete. It's time to put ourselves back on the map. Because here's all it would take. You take a 3-channel audio generator, or maybe a little bit of a better one, like what they had on the NES. But you take like a General Instruments AY audio chip, pennies, worthless. You put that on an ISA card, and you put on some, an ASIC or a PAL or something like that, that is capable of generating tile-based graphics. Because the thing is, the PC's smooth scrolling and high-speed graphics capabilities throughout the 80s were garbage. Of course, every home computer's capabilities like that were garbage, unless they had custom gaming hardware. The trick is that the NES had smooth scrolling implemented in hardware, which has no purpose except in gaming, and it used sprite-based graphics. In other words, it had dedicated silicon for rendering sprites on every frame, which meant that rendering sprites was free from a computational perspective. And it had built-in, and the reason it could be free is because it was incapable of thinking in anything other than 8x8 tiles. And so you had extreme limitations on what you could put in those tiles. Well, here's the thing. Those limitations apply to the graphics hardware, and they apply to the programming. But the PC had monumental amounts of memory compared to all those other platforms. So on the PC, if you'd simply had a tile-based graphics chip that was capable of doing like 2 or 3 layers of graphics and sprites, which would have been trivial to develop at the time, and a sound chip, this would have cost maybe $150, $200, and it would have enabled the PC to be a first-class game system. And it probably would have become a target for major developers who actually knew what the hell they were doing to make AAA grade games. And given that by the time this was happening, this is what really weirds me out. By the time this was relevant, by 84, 85, when the rise of home consoles was, well, 85 specifically, because the PC gaming, or the video game crash in the US did not end until the NES came out in mid to late 85. By late 85 or 86, the IBM PC had been obliterated out of the market and replaced with clones. That had happened. That had started happening in 82 and had finished by 84. And by 85, certainly the majority of people were at least tempted to buy a clone, but lots of people were buying clones, and they were cheap as dirt. And honestly, what could have happened, what should have happened, Taiwanese companies that were producing the majority of the clones at the time should have come up with a game card. Or some other company, maybe in the US, whatever, I don't care, should have come up with a game card that had gotten cloned by everybody. And then they could have shipped a real PC Junior, about a $300 to $400 machine that was PC compatible, but primarily operated as a game system using the game card. Could have happened, should have happened, and then those effects would have rippled back into the PC, and there would have been an explosion of PC software, and we would have gotten mechanical keyboards in 2001. All right, I'm going to play 1 or 2 more games before the night's over, because I do want to sort of get back to that. Oh, the light in my backyard just came on again, so let's see. Is there a creature? Oh, is there a creature up there? No. Ah, damn. I gotta tell you, animals, I'm a big fan. DOSBox is still running in VGA or EGA compatibility mode, so I need to fix that. SVGA S3. Come on, buddy. There we go. All right, let's play like 1 or 2 more games. Oh, the damn Trolls games. Did I ever actually successfully play Vinyl Goddesses from Mars the last time I tried to? I'm not sure if I did. All right. This is a groove. Okay. It's kind of a bop, but I don't know if it really is a bop. Well, you wouldn't necessarily need a game card, because I think most people probably had one already, but I don't see why not. Sure, yeah. Whoops. The story moves too slow. I'm not going to bother reading it. Oh, I'm sorry. I never answered that. You're talking about these ones right here. These are LG Tones. HBS 1125. Random 832, I know that you are fucking with me, but don't test me. I can create hell on earth. I'll get back to the headphones in a second. Jill the Jungle, really? Do you have a source on that? Same developers? Because I thought this was made by some other... Huh. Well, whatever. Anyway. Alright, so... these guys here, I have owned at least 8 pairs of these things since the very first model was released. I really like them. The reason I'm using this form factor, a few different reasons. Unlike every other type of headphones, wireless headphones that I've ever found, what I like about the LG Tones is, one, I don't notice they're there. I'll put these on in the morning before I leave the house. They're like a extension of myself. Like, I don't notice that they're there. I will, like, partway through the day, I'll go like, oh, I want to listen to this thing. Oh, right, I have headphones on. Like, I just don't even notice them. So I love that. And I love the fact they have pretty long battery life. So it was better in the past before they went to A2DP, and there's been some versions that had longer battery life. I used to regularly have the experience of not charging these for a solid week, maybe longer, and like using them heavily. So there's that. I like that. But additionally, the way these work, if you're not familiar, is you don't actually put the whole thing up to your ear. You leave them here and you pull the earbuds out. They're on little retractable cords, and then they just become sort of normal earbuds. So they're essentially a pair of ordinary earbud headphones, except that they hang around your neck when you're not using them, right? So when I don't want this, I just flip it out, and then it's there. And then if I want it back, I can just put it right back in if I don't intend to put it away. If I just need to listen to someone for a moment, like, what's up? Okay, cool. And I'll just put this right back in. Or when I'm done listening for a while, I pull it out and it just retracts, right? And the other thing that I like is the fact that it doesn't cost me anything to put in only one earbud, because normally if you have a pair of wired earbuds and you only put in one, the other one is dangling down here and it's getting in the way. There's nowhere to put it. You can't get rid of it, right? You can't buy an earbud, and if you did, you wouldn't want to. This one, however, because this is a hard point on my body, essentially, this serves as a storage location that I did not otherwise have. It doesn't matter what clothes I'm wearing. I don't need to carry a backpack to stuff my earbuds in. Nothing like that. When I go out, I don't have anything on me other than my wallet, my keys, my phone, and these things, right? I don't have anywhere, and I don't want to have anywhere to put these things when I'm not using them. And I hate hate dealing with cables when I'm moving around. No, I won't do it. Go to hell. So these avoid all those problems. I don't need a special place to put them. I don't have to use both earbuds at once, and I frequently don't. I don't need to worry about cables at all, and they're completely 100% just invisible. They don't cost me anything. So yeah, good times. Thread. We're talking about Thread. What? If you respond to the Atari joystick thing, yeah, the Atari joystick is a goddamn menace, and I thought you were riffing on that. I hate the Atari joystick, the goddamn thing. One button. They didn't even use all the pins that were on the goddamn port. No excuse for it. It does not switch to mono. That's kind of a good thing, because I wouldn't want it to. However, it does have the very interesting side effect that I have found out that some songs that I like have a lot of stereo separation, which I never would have realized otherwise. For instance, oh, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to. I thought you were doing a bit. I thought we were riffing together. So I'm sorry if that was upsetting. Anyway, oh, come on. A health pot. There's a song by Harvey Danger called, oh geez, what's the name of it? Jack the Lion. It's about Sean Nelson's dad dying. And if you listen to it on, normal headphones, we got both channels, it sounds like a pretty normal rock song. It's a pretty good one. I recommend it. It's, well, heartbreaking, but anyway. But if you listen on with just like the right ear in, you suddenly realize, very unfortunately, that it has the same problem as like the Beatles' "Hey Bulldog," where it's got 100% stereo separation, and they hadn't really planned around that, and yes, exactly. The Atari joystick, one button just was not enough. It's completely pathetic. Assholes. They ruined everything. If you listen to this song on just one speaker, you find out that at the beginning, where it's like just a solo guitar and then someone clapping, the guitar's on one channel and the claps are on the other. So if you listen to it in one ear, all you hear is like 12 seconds of silence, and then it completely ruins all the gravitas of the intro to the song. Ugh. See, the poor PC. Because this game, I think this came out in like 1995, I want to say. And the mechanics, and to an extent the graphics, are basically just a Genesis game. And this was like the best anybody could do at the time. For a mix of like, hardware concerns, market concerns, yeah, I think this came out in 95. God, I cannot bring myself to care about this game. I'm trying my best and it's not working. So let's just exit. And whoops, that didn't say exit. That said demo. There we go. Yeah, let's see. Come on. Oh, come on. Do we have a date? The The knives explode because Epic Mega Games was founded, I think, by the only people in the entire in all of the U.S. who had seen a European video game. I really think they had, because like Jill of the Jungle is basically it's basically an Amiga game. It's kind of astonishing that it. I didn't figure this out for a very long time. Jill of the Jungle is basically a European video game. So yes, things explode. They make silly sound effects. There's like geometric patterns in the enemy movement. It's just very European. Let's see. Final Goddess from Mars, I think was that game. Yes. And that is from, 1995. So imagine the game that you just saw, and then like 4 months later, Donkey Kong Country comes out. Right? Just, oh my God, it's so lame. I'm sorry, we don't use that word anymore. My apologies. I guess I just got back into my 13-year-old mentality for a second. It's really bad. It's really, really bad. Everything was so out of date. Jill of the Jungle, this came out in 1982. Okay, so things weren't quite as bad, but the thing is, in 92, I believe the SNES was everywhere. If we go in here and take a look, the graphics in this game are, look at this. Like, can you imagine a game that looked like this coming out on the Super Nintendo, or that moved like this? Look, this is scrolling in 8-pixel increments. Now, this was written by, I think, Tim Sweeney, an American who would not have ever seen, maybe had an Amiga. They were made here. I guess they were sold here. But yeah, I don't know. Imagine playing Sonic 1 and Sonic 2. Imagine playing Super Mario World, and then imagine producing a game that runs at essentially like 12 FPS. Look at this. Now, the music is cool. Sort of. The music does slap. Let's go. Oh, terrible motion, by the way. I can't forget that. Terrible motion. Notice that... Look at how long a jump takes, right? Notice that when I jump, there's like a 2 or 3 frame wind-up. Yeah, so like she's throwing this terrible-looking dagger, and it's not even pointing forward. It's just the icon for the dagger. Like, what? What? Oh, okay, there we go. That makes more sense, Space Bat. That's because I was going like, this could not... Why would it have been rebranded? Anyway, let's see. Can we get those particle effects? Yeah, there's those particle effects. It's so goddamn European. It's just so European. I've never in all my years figured out what the deal is with the there's obviously an area to the left where you can get, like, you can go back there and get items, but I've never figured out how to go back there. Let's see if we can figure it out. It's got to be easy. I think there's a pit. Oh, you know what? Maybe I did, now that I think about it. Maybe I did at some point figure out how it worked. And I think what it is there's a thing up here. It looks like a pit, but it's not actually a pit. You can actually drop into it and go down below the level. Yes. Yes. See, that there was a spike pit. It'll obviously kill you. But this one is actually more level. Oh, right, you can't kill those. Oops. Ow. Ah, come on, come on. Ah! She wouldn't move to the right. She wasn't quite up far enough. Ugh. So I think this takes you all the way up, and then you have to do a jumping, a whole series of jumps across the top of the level, I believe is what it is. Well? Huh. No, that doesn't work, so what the hell? And now that area is closed, so what? How? Yeah, I still don't know. But yeah, it's the exact same climbing animation. That's definitely a Jill game. I agree, I can see it now. Kind of explains some things. Yeah, I still don't know what I'm supposed to do here to get to the secret area. Let's go back up here. Oh, interesting. There was a... Oh, when you complete this area back here, a gate appears right where I'm standing. Huh. Okay, so we go there. Okay, now the gate's there. Maybe we're supposed to go back through this area down here. Nope. That doesn't seem to get us anything. So, yeah, normal video game. Regular. Oh, you know what? What I never considered? What if we just go all the way back to the beginning, even without seeing any new things to do over here? Maybe something has changed. Maybe that's the trick. Is this the worst weapon of, like, any platform game in history? That knife is just so bad. Jill the Jungle, baby! Good game. Definitely very good. Yeah, I mean, I would assume that the reason it doesn't bother, it doesn't do the scrolling, is probably because it allows them to do some sort of, it probably in some way helps with, like, segmented memory access, which let them run this on, like, 8088s or something. That's actually not true. I tried, it won't run, playably on an 8088. It does have CGA support, so you can try to play it on an 8088, but it just doesn't run at any sort of reasonable speed. Yeah, I don't know. Here, let's see what that looks like. Here we go. I think this might be, it's like this, or maybe like this, I want to say, is what the 8088 speed would be like. Maybe a little faster. Let's be generous. Let's say maybe like 500 frames. 500 cycles, something like that. Yeah, it's something sort of like this. Anyway. God, do I still have a copy of One more game before I'm done. Do I still have a copy of frickin' oh geez Louise, what's the name of that game? High Octane. Hold up. Oh, CGA and EGA. Yeah, I can do that. Yeah, so if we go to configuration mode, yes, stink. So yeah, here's the EGA. Immediately looks considerably worse. It's got kind of a look. I had the sound effects disabled the previous time because I wanted to hear the music, and also because the sound effects are kind of ridiculous. You see a little... It's a thing, like, that's another very European thing. Sound effects in games that just literally are, like, not diegetic at all. They just have nothing to do with what's going on in the game world. Like, why is her jump? Like, thump. You know, why does it play like a cool DJ sample whenever you pick up an item or hit something? You know, etc. So yeah, that's the EGA version. Okay. And then if we run it again, yes. Okay, see, this is the CGA version. It also, if your machine is sufficiently fast, runs like a dream, looks like shit. It's the exact same game, same art, just bit crushed to 2 bits. Honestly, they did pretty well. And, you know, it's just, to some extent, this, you know, suggests that the CGA, you know, that even the 81 IBM PC could have done better than it really did. But the speed, the 8088 was just painfully slow. No getting around it. Yeah, it just feels, this is all just a underwater level. That's the thing of it. Now, the most important thing about this is that it did have a thing called the Noisemaker, and they had a thing called Drum Blaster, which I never did get, but this just is basically the sound test from a console game. You just press buttons, make some noises. Yeah, that was pretty cool when I was a micro child. I should go have an ice cream sandwich and go to sleep. So, thanks again, everybody, for showing up. I was having a bad week. The money some people sent will make things a lot easier, because I was actually having trouble paying for food. So I really appreciate that. Every time somebody sends me money, I'm like, wow, I can't believe someone did that. So thank you so much to whoever did that, if you're still here. All Windows DVD. And I, you know, I'm getting by, but still, holy crap, is it hard to get by right now, just in general. So thank you all for sticking around. I'm not exactly sure when I'm going to have another video. I wish it was as simple as like take all the time you need, but the truth is like no, it doesn't work. When you take a job, you can't just stop doing the job, and so sadly, I do have to keep producing output. Otherwise, I'm going to lose subscriber, etc. And something I realized some time ago, but I've been thinking about it a lot lately, is you once you get a new income stream, you become addicted to it very quickly. Dependent, I guess, is a kinder way to say it. But basically, you can say to yourself all you want that, oh well, if I start making some new money from this thing or the other thing, then it's just extra money. I'll put it in savings. Fast forward 2 months, you look around and you just go, oh, I, you know, I don't know what I would do without it. Right? If my AdSense income stopped coming in, I didn't want to run ads for years, and I decided like, whatever. Everyone was telling me to do it, and I'm like, whatever. So I set it up. I don't know what I would do without the ad income now. I'm not really sure. It's like almost $2,000 a month before taxes. That's a chunk of money. A lot of people only make that much, And I have a lot of expenses and a lot of crap going on. So, it means a lot to me. But at the time that I set it up, it just seemed like extra money, and I can't figure out what changed. I don't know what changed between before I was doing that and I was saying, I want to do that, and I don't need the money, so I'm not going to do it. And I did it, and now I'm like, I need the money. I can't stop doing it. And if I don't put out more videos, then people stop watching because there's nothing new to watch, and I stop making the AdSense money. Now I'm married to it forever. Indefinitely. I don't know that I can ever stop making videos unless I get a job that obliterates that income, which I don't want to do, and I don't know if I'm capable of. Unless I can trade the combined AdSense and Patreon income for a paycheck from a day job that equates that amount, which, I'll be honest, combining that plus the amount I currently make from my day job would require me to get a job with a pay rate that I really genuinely don't think I'm capable of matching in terms of performance. I'm not very capable. I'm not very, very, very marketable in the job market. I have a pretty basic job, all things considered, for my day job. So unless I could get something that would basically put me on par with like a lot of the full stack developers and people with degrees and whatnot that I know, I just don't know how I could replace it. And if I did take out, yeah. Anyway. So now I'm kind of married to this, and I've got to keep producing. And the thing is, I don't mind that so much. Somebody on Twitter said earlier, like, hey, don't be afraid to, take some time and do the things you want to do. And I'm like, you don't get it. This is what I want to do. I started making the videos because this is what I was doing anyway. I just decided to make the videos out of it, and to try and parlay it into further, initially personal profit, just people watching and responding, and then later outright profit. Sorry. I don't mind necessarily. I don't really think I'm going to get burned out because this, like I said, this is what I'm doing anyway. I'm not going to stop doing what I want to do. It's just that right now, I do happen to be in a position where I need to do a ton of research, a ton of testing. I've got I got this PC set up here, and I've got 6 game controllers here, and I have to play through a whole bunch of games with them. I don't want to. Like, I'd rather not. And so this is one of the first times in a long time that it's actually felt like a job. So things are rough right now, and I can't really walk away from it. But I'm glad at least people are sticking around and making it worthwhile, and not being dicks in the process. So anyway, thanks everyone. Have a good night. Wait, is there a creature on the camera? Hang on. We could have creature alert. Do we have a creature? Ah, nope. False alarm. Just some MPEG corruption. All right. Thanks, everyone. Have a good night. Good luck on the 4th of July.